Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Pop the Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy riddles, and all of our nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my host, the nerdy occultist, aka the authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone. I am very tired, which may or may not result in it being more entertaining because I'm more easily pissed off when I'm tired. We shall see.
And I am your host last time. I want to be the brainstorm of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
Tired.
Duly noted. Okay, just give me a second to get the thing up and running. Now I'm starting to feel tired. God damn it. Up all day and actually no, that makes sense. Makes sense why I'm tired. He wakes up in the middle of the afternoon and he's tired.
Don't know what to tell you.
You have the worst sleep schedule imaginable.
It could be worse. At least I can sleep. Before I got my anitriptyline prescription, that's not a thing. So it could be much, much worse.
Okay. So, somewhat kind of also catching up with old stuff we've had.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just talking to the viewers. This is stuff we've had planned for last couple weeks, maybe a month, that we haven't really got a chance to, just because like stuff keeps coming our way.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So this first one is from thatparkplace.com. Grace Randolph ratioed after she blamed Tourette's advocate for backlash. This was published February 25th, 2026.
I thought we were doing these in reverse order, starting with the initial story and then going down through to this one.
In I was going in the order you sent them to me.
Okay, but anyway, yes, we will get into more detail about this whole fiasco as we go. Um, but predictably, Grace is Grace just doesn't think things through, and she puts her foot in her mouth more often than not. And now here we are.
I just want the record to show that, and I've been pretty vocal about this anytime this lady comes up. Nothing against her personally. You know, this is a strictly my own personal opinion and just everything I have seen. I do not like her because of the way she presents herself. Okay, that actually sounds pretty. Her presentation is lackluster. I do not find it engaging nor um, informative when I have tried to watch videos first. I
I
am
have a I have a soft spot for her, and I don't mind her weekly movie math thing. But yeah, whenever she has to put more analysis into something, it always ends up biting her in the ass.
but
And this
uh,
is another
may I
case in point.
may I finish? May I finish my point?
Yeah, so go ahead.
You're good. Um, like I said, it could just be an age thing or taste thing because Dalton and I have very different like mindsets to these kind of things. She, I don't know. I never feel genuine. Gen, no genuineness from her when I've watched those videos. When I've watched any of her videos, it just simply does not feel. She it just feels like she's putting on a front. To be honest.
Mm.
any topic she's ever talked about, or it just does not feel like
I,
she is properly invested in.
I think
That
she
again,
means.
that's my opinion. That's how she has come across to me when I've watched her videos. Again, nothing against her personally. I have nothing against her. It's just I do not uh, see the appeal of her. That's it.
I think she means it. I think it's just a matter of she's stuck in the kind of upper middle class journalist bubble, and she can't really. She's not a very. This is going to sound rude, and it probably is, but again, I think she just doesn't think things through. I think she's a little bit. I don't even think it's necessarily a stupidity thing. I think it's a sheltered thing. I think she's just so used to thinking like an upper middle class white woman that she can't really see perspectives other than her own, except in a kind of politically appropriate social justicey kind of way, which leads to contradictions like this in here, which we will get into now that we've finally cleared the air on Ms. Randolph. Go ahead.
All right. YouTube personality Grace Randolph has received significant backlash for comments made after the recent controversy of the BAFTAs. Most recent attempt to address the situation has resulted in Randolph's video being ratioed, receiving more downvotes than upvotes. It's a clear metric that shows her audience is not on board with her opinions. I mean, you can't really tell, to be fair.
Again, she has a fantastic tendency to put her foot in it.
No, I was
Whenever
talking about the YouTube up down up and down vote thing.
Yeah, because YouTube are a bunch of cowards and got rid of the dislike button. Which is weird because YouTubers themselves can actually still see it. Like if I go into my YouTube Studio app, I can still see the dislike setting there. It's just it doesn't come up on YouTube itself for whatever reason, which is just really stupid. If you're not going to have the dislike button, then don't have it. If you're going to keep it, don't fucking wind up in this no man's land where you have it but don't fucking show it for whatever reason. Because it's not even like this actually works, because there's a extension that you can put on your browser that will show the dislike button again. So they didn't really do anything to the dislike button. They just muted it, which is stupid. If it were up to me, just, let there be the dislike button and let the chips fall where they may. But if you assume there's something wrong with the dislike button, then either get rid of it full stop or let people continue to use it. Don't exist in this interminable no man's land where it's there, but you need a special extension browser to see it on the YouTube audience end, and can still see it on the YouTuber end. It's just weird. Anyway, moving on.
Backlash builds after live stream remarks. During the live stream of her show Beyond the Trailer, Randolph asserted that Tourette's advocate John Davison, who is afflicted with the condition, spoke his unfiltered opinions when he shouted racial slurs during the awards ceremony. Despite fact checks and a community note on X, Randolph continued to defend her position across her social media accounts and criticized what she called Davison's intentional lack of an apology. Okay, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but Tourette's, from what I understand, is neurological disorder, or
Yes.
that again, it's my limited knowledge of it, right? Basically, you cannot. It's like a low impulse control kind of thing.
It's not even. It's not even that. But go on, finish your thing, and I'll explain.
Again, I don't. But basically, you can't really control what you are, what is saying, what you what you will like say.
Here's the thing about Tourette's, and I will point out that this is coming from my layman's understanding of it. But I'm going off of videos that I've seen of actual psychologists explaining how Tourette's works. The thing about it is, Tourette's doesn't come from the language center of your brain. It comes from the amygdala. And the reason why that's significant is because the amygdala is the threat, the threat analysis part of your brain. It's the part of your brain that reacts with your fight or flight response. It's the same part of the brain that gets lit up in animals when they bark and shit. Which is why Tourette's makes you swear, because swear words are unique in that they are more primal than most other forms of language. It's more like a guttural bark than it is a word. And that's why someone afflicted with Tourette's syndrome swears or says other guttural thing instead of saying other random bullshit. It's because the part of the brain that's hyperactive in a Tourette's person's brain, or that has less of a filter in a Tourette's person's brain, is the part of your brain that reacts when you are startled or panicked. Which is why it's not really fair to say that, I forget the guy's name, but the fellow with Tourette's who got into controversy because his condition made him yell the N-word at Michael B. Jordan and his co-star in Sinners.
John Davidson.
Right, the Tourette's guy. Yeah, the reason why Mr. Davidson yelled the N-word at Michael B. Jordan is specifically because his brain knows that that is the worst possible thing he can say. And so he processes his own thought as a threat, which triggers the Tourette's thing. I can say this as someone with anxiety, and I'm analogizing for the sake of making the point. I'm well aware that Tourette's and anxiety are neurologically very different things. But my brain, when it wants to make me anxious, will make me stop and think the worst possible thing I can think about a given thing, and then I have to sit there and feel guilty for thinking it for the next 20 minutes, or arguing with that part of my brain or something. And again, I'm analogizing this for the sake of the empathy. I'm not claiming that anxiety and Tourette's are the same in this regard. But it's worth noting that things that Mr. Davidson wouldn't have processed as a threat wouldn't have been processed by his brain's amygdala, and therefore wouldn't have triggered the condition. I.e., he knows that the N-word is something he shouldn't say, and it's specifically that knee-jerk, this is terrible, this is bad, that makes the Tourette's trigger and makes him say it. So, in a way, the very fact that the N-word is triggered by his Tourette's implies that he internalizes that the N-word is a thing you shouldn't say in public. And unfortunately, his brain essentially commits a mutiny and makes him say it. So, if anything, the fact that the N-word is covered under his Tourette's implies that he knows it's not a thing you should say. And that's also why his Tourette's makes him say it. And again, I'm oversimplifying and laymanizing a shit ton here, but that's the long and short of it. The long and short of it is, if it was something he didn't think was a bad thing to say, it wouldn't be triggered by his Tourette's. It would be covered under the rest of the language portion of his brain. Anyway, moving on.
She even accused fellow YouTuber Nerdrotic and others of attempting to use Davidson's uncomfortable outbursts to promote their own hate and biases. Many commenters accused Randolph of attempting to deflect the criticism directed at her and avoid the substance of her arguments. Now her
Also,
critics.
despite the fact that he never delivered a public apology, he did leave immediately after this happened because he was embarrassed. Like he left the BAFTAs after that fiasco happened because he felt so guilty that he felt he had to leave. So even though he didn't deliver a public apology, one, it's worth noting that someone who can't control what they say probably shouldn't be doing public speaking because let's say he goes to deliver the public apology and then his Tourette's triggers again, and then it's a never-ending series of apologies for apologies for apologies. So I can imagine someone who literally can't control what the fuck comes out of their mouth probably wants to find as few excuses as possible, or as many excuses as possible not to talk, or wants to put himself in a public speaking role as little as possible, you see. Because when he does do public speaking, his Tourette's might trigger, and then, well, shit like this happens. Moving on.
Alright. Now her critics are accusing Randolph of attempting to reframe the argument, and the ratio of her latest video shows that they are not alone.
Yeah, again, she stepped in it. If he didn't think the N-word was a bad thing to say, it wouldn't be covered under his condition. It is specifically because he thinks of the N-word as something you should not say in public or in mixed company that his Tourette's makes him say it. But she assumed it was intentional and assumed that Tourette's just makes you say what's actually on your mind, which is not how Tourette's works. Tourette's makes you say the worst possible thing you can say at any given moment. That's what Tourette's does. Because again, swearing is unique in the brain in that it is closer to the amygdala than it is to the other language centers of your brain. Moving on.
All right. He created the opportunity in the now ratioed video. Randolph admitted that she has no expertise in Davidson's condition. She characterized her lack of knowledge as an American issue, saying, "It turns out we don't know anything about Tourette's over here." She added, "There's been zero education about Tourette's here in the United States."
Bull fucking and shit, Grace. It's not an American problem. It's a upper middle class white bitch problem. I don't mean to be rude, but if you think that we as Americans don't know about Tourette's, that's because you live in a bubble. They did an episode on Tourette's on South Park a decade ago. One second, I've got to go take care of my kitty. But yeah, in short, fuck you, Grace. They talked about Tourette's on South Park like a decade ago or more. You can go ahead. I just need to take care of my cat.
Oh, sorry. I thought you had more to say. Okay.
No, go ahead.
All right. While Randolph appeared to be speaking about public familiarity rather than institutional resources, many of the community notes on X had already pointed out that the U.S. federal government has an entire page on the CDC website explaining Tourette's. Randolph then addressed the wave of criticism she has received online. "I was tweeting about it earlier. People said some of the most disgusting stuff about me," she said. "They were just looking at it as an excuse to say something bad about me." Continuing, she added, "Mr. Davidson needs to realize that he created the opportunity for that, so that's really, really bad. The phrase created the opportunity has only increased the backlash." Yeah, I can imagine.
You're essentially bullying a disabled person who literally can't control what they say, Grace. You're especially funny when you consider that the movie he was there to promote was a documentary or a movie based on the struggles of being someone who lives with Tourette's. So he made a movie based on the unique trials of someone with Tourette's, and your response is essentially to play the progressive stack card and say that race outranks disability. Therefore, this disabled person should apologize to the black person, even though there's literally no intention on his part because his condition is involuntary. And again, I want to point this out. Based on how Tourette's works, based on the fact that it triggered a portion of the amygdala, essentially, um, if he didn't think it was a scandalous or bad thing to say, it probably wouldn't be triggered by his Tourette's syndrome, you see. So the very fact that the N word is admissible to his Tourette's syndrome is, in my mind, if we're talking about who has greater empathy for the disabled TM, the very fact that he was forced to say the N word by his condition implies to me that he doesn't think being racist to black people is okay. So, in that regard, you have this directly backwards phrase. But, you know, when has that ever stopped you before? Moving on.
Engagement metrics tell the story. Visible engagement metrics suggest overwhelmingly negative reactions to Randolph's video. Screen capture shows roughly 1.3 K. K, that's 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 1.3 thousand likes to 2.6 thousand dislikes, indicating a steep ratio.
Yeah, because you tried to shame a disabled person essentially for being disabled in public, while also claiming to be empathizing with said disabled person. And speaking as a disabled person myself, although in my case physical rather than mental, you can go fuck yourself, Grace. This is one of the biggest problems with the progressive stack, because it prioritizes everything in oppressor and oppressed terms and basically dehumanizes everyone on the progressive stack while offloading agency of said people onto the only people who aren't on the progressive stack, which is white, straight men, typically, especially the wealthy ones. And by the way, as a upper middle class white lady, Grace, you are technically lower on the progressive stack than either Michael B. Jordan or Mr. Davidson, the
John Davidson.
Tourette's. Thus, you should really be shutting the fuck up and, in the style of the worst parts of Twitter, educating yourself. But you had to virtue signal, and by virtue signaling, you put your foot in it twice. Moving on.
Alright. The open comment section also reflects significant pushback. One user, Happy Chappy 3697, challenged Randolph's assertion that Americans are widely uninformed about the condition, writing, "Who's we? You don't know about something, so everyone doesn't know." Others objected to her characterization of Davidson. A user with the handle David Brisino 2759 wrote, "This woman has no grace or tolerance, chastising and stigmatizing a person with Tourette for doing something that they can't control when they have suffered throughout their life because of their condition is extremely vile and stupid."
Well, this is a problem with social justice way of approaching disability in general, and I can speak to this because I am a disabled person, and I frequently get told that I have internalized ableism TM, which is essentially the problem with the way social justice instrumentalizes ableism in the same way as they instrumentalize every other demographic that they try to speak on the behalf of is they only consider you to be a valid disabled person or a valid person of any given minority demographic if you align with their framework and their morality. That's why, despite the fact that intersectional feminism tends to be utterly appalled by virgin shaming, the first thing they call someone who they think is essentially an Untermensch is an incel, which, when you get right down to it, is just a new kind of virgin shaming. It's the same reason they claim to be in favor of mental health and in not stigmatizing the lower classes until one of those lower class men who don't take great pride in their appearance wear a MAGA hat. And then all of a sudden, it's, redneck man baby living in his mother's basement stereotypes pop up. Basically, I heard somebody on a Facebook short on Tumblr say something to the effect of the ableist discourse only allows for the uwuification of disability, i.e., your mental health syndromes are fine as long as they're also morally perfect and actually make you an innocent little cinnamon roll. But if any of your mental health issues make you a bad person or even just an optically uncomfortable person, then you'll be thrown under the bus. Same thing with every demographic social justice claims to speak for. It will let you keep your minority card until you say something that's too far out of right field, and then you'll be thrown under the bus and your minority card will be taken away, not to mention a large portion of your humanity. It's like how despite social justice's alleged feelings about mental health, every journalist, when Joker 2019 came out, despised Joker because it made a white guy look like the victim. Which honestly, that movie in particular is very prescient in this conversation, because remember the scene where Arthur's pseudo-vulvar affect kicked in, his like involuntary laughter impulse kicked in, and he reached for the please don't be offended, I have a condition cards. That's essentially what happened here. They invited him to the BAFTAs to honor a movie about the struggles of being a Tourette's sufferer. They knew he had Tourette's, and then everyone lost their fucking minds because he had Tourette's and had the audacity to be involuntarily afflicted with it on camera. Anyway, moving on.
No sign of cooling off. Whatever Randolph's intention of discourse around BAFTAs and her comments shows no sign of cooling off, implying that Davis had created the opportunity for people to attack her was only intensified an already heated issue, and the ratio, nearly double the dislikes to likes, has become a visible referendum on her framing of the situation.
Grace, I don't hate you, for the record. Like I said earlier, I actually kind of have a soft spot for you, despite your tendency to put your foot in it. But the reason people were angry with you, and vocally angry with you, Grace, is because you both spoke with no understanding or authority on the topic at hand, and you also wanted to claim the morally sanctimonious high ground. It was those combinations of things, your desire to speak on the behalf of a condition you don't understand, and your desire to essentially be the moral arbiter of the situation that got people angry. And when you're going to be an intentionally sanctimonious, oblivious, moralistic cunt, I'm sorry, I don't care who you are, if you behave like a holier than thou moralist and also talk out of your ass about things you don't understand, you're going to get called a morally sanctimonious cunt, as and when you're being a morally sanctimonious cunt. It wasn't your femaleness or your fame or any of that shit that triggered people. It was that you were being stupid while also claiming the moral high ground while you were being stupid. And a bunch of people responded to this by essentially referring to you repeatedly as a stupid, morally sanctimonious cunt. Because that's just an accurate description of what happened. Moving on.
Alright, as video continues circulating online, how she responds next remains an open question. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You know, one sec. It's fairly short. Kind of surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's loading, so sorry. Alright, there we go. Alright, so this is from VanityFair.com. Outcry royals BAFTAs after guest with Tourette syndrome shouts N-word at Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. It's written by John Ross. Published February 23rd, 2026.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to repeat this for the sake of clarity. At least as far as I understand Tourette's, which again is a layman's understanding, I'm not pulling a Grace here, but at least as far as I understand it, the part of the brain that gets triggered when Tourette's happens is the part of the brain that is the fight or flight response, i.e., the amygdala. And therefore, if a word is covered under Tourette's, it's highly probable that the person who's saying the thing knows it's a thing they shouldn't say, and it's specifically because it's a thing they shouldn't say that it makes them uncomfortable and therefore triggers the condition. That's why very often the joke is Tourette's makes you swear, because for most people, granted, we could resolve this by destigmatizing swear words, but for most people, swearing is not something you do in polite company. Ergo, when Tourette's triggers in people who think that swear words are a bad thing to say, they swear. So, for someone to say or be forced to say by Tourette's the N word, that seems to imply that they know that the N word is not an appropriate thing to say. And so, in a roundabout way, you could make the argument that because it's covered under his Tourette's syndrome, he knows that it's wrong and was trying desperately not to say it. It's kind of like, again, how anxiety will frequently make me think the worst possible thing I can think, and then I have to spend 20 minutes arguing with that portion of my brain because that portion of my brain is committing a mutiny. It's a son of a bitching thing to have happen. I can't imagine how awful I would feel if half the shit that I think of when my anxiety decides to trigger came out of my mouth. It's one of the reasons I'm so prone to not talking to most people, because there's a part of me that does genuinely worry that one of those things is going to slip out someday, and then I'm going to be revealed as the truly awful person I am. It's also why I regularly warn people that I'm a truly awful person, so that in the event that something like that happens, I can at least say I did warn you. Moving on.
Alright, Linda, as subheader, Lindo told Vanity Fair afterward that he and Jordan did what we had to do while presenting. He wished someone from BAFTA spoke to us afterward.
I mean, again, I find it really quite despicable that everyone knew he had Tourette's. Everyone knew he was there to promote a movie about the trials of having Tourette's, and then they're reacting as though it's a scandal when the guy with Tourette's has an episode of Tourette's. Again, it's one of those, you knew going in he was specifically there so that you could honor him as someone who suffered Tourette's, and then you're acting Kel Surprise when he has an episode of Tourette's. The fuck? Moving on.
At Sunday night's BAFTA Awards, John Davidson, the real-life inspiration for the celebrated British film I Swear, shouted the N-word at Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo while the center stars while presenting the award for Best Visual Effects. The outburst followed an opening monologue from host Alan Cumming, during which Davidson, who has Tourette's syndrome, was involuntarily ticking. The audience had been informed of Davidson's condition before the show began, but it was only after he said the racial slur that Cumming openly addressed the issue.
Everyone knew going in that he had Tourette's and that it might trigger, and yet everyone was still say the scandal when it actually triggered. Again, this feels very much like the aforementioned uwuification of mental health, whereby we will support your mental health condition as long as your condition doesn't make you do anything inappropriate, which is just that is so disingenuous at that point. Because if a mental health condition never caused any like discomfort or untoward things, it wouldn't be a mental health condition. It would just be a quirk. Now, mind you, my approach to this is it would have been very nice if someone had just fucking, kind of ran with the bit when his Tourette's triggered, especially given that they were warned in advance. Like, everyone in the audience was warned in advance that this was a thing. And that to me just points out again how disingenuous a lot of these moralistic hacks are. I support this in theory right up until the point at which it inconveniences me, and then I don't support it anymore. Fuck you. Moving on.
You may have noticed some strong language in the background. This can be part of how Tourette syndrome shows up for some people as the film explores that experience, coming explained from the stage. Thanks for your entertaining and for helping create a respectful space for everyone. At the incident, Davidson appeared to remove himself from the theater, according to Variety. At the Warner Brothers after party following the ceremony, Linden told Vanity Fair that he and Jordan did what they had to do while presenting, but that he also wished someone from BAFTA spoke to us afterwards. Though the BAFTA...
Okay, but weren't they in the audience when the host told everybody this guy has Tourette's? He might tick at some point. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I can imagine being Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo in that moment was probably a little bit awkward. But again, this is one of those, you were warned ahead of time And one of the movies that was eligible for awards is specifically about how Tourette's works and how it makes life difficult for the people that have it. But you guys can't put two and two together and get four for some reason. Moving on.
Though the BAFTAs aired on a tape delay, the slur was nevertheless included in the broadcast, though the BBC did not air Outstanding British Debut winner Akinola Davies Jr. saying Free Palestine at the end of his speech. According to Deadline, the BBC told Deadline that all edits were made to ensure the program was delivered to time. Center's production designer Hannah Beechler wrote on Twitter that while the Davidson situation is almost impossible, it happened 3 times that night, and one of the 3 times was directed at myself on the way to dinner after the show.
Okay, it wasn't directed at anyone. It's an involuntary tick. Guys, like, it's not. I can't believe I'm having to say this most obvious thing, but involuntary mental conditions are involuntary. Therefore not intelligent or not intentional and not directed at anyone on purpose. Just like an involuntary muscle spasm might make you accidentally slap somebody if it's a really bad muscle spasm. But in the same way as you can't really blame someone who has an involuntary muscle spasm that accidentally like bumps up against you, you can't very well blame a guy with involuntary verbal spasms, essentially, from involuntarily saying words that he knows he shouldn't say. Moving on. Yeah, for what are you doing?
BBC spokesperson told The Times some viewers may have heard strong and offensive language during the BAFTA Film Awards. This arose from involuntary verbal tics associated with Tourette syndrome. And as explained during the ceremony, it was not intentional. We apologize that this was not edited out prior to broadcast, and it will now be removed.
Okay, and this might be a difference in culture thing, but I don't think it is. But as I understood it, the British do the same thing the Americans do, which is they either audio dump or bleep out swear words. So why in the fuck? And most things that bleep out swear words do consider the N-word to be a swear. So why in the fuck wasn't the N-word bleeped out like every other swear word would have been? Or was it that the BBC wanted to intentionally embarrass this guy for the views? In which case, despicable cunts all the way down. Moving on.
Despite it all, Lindo was in good spirits at the after party. He spotted him chatting with his co-star. Spotted him chatting with his co-star Wanumi Mosaka, who won the BAFTA for Best Supporting Actress. Their Sinners castmate Jordan attended an after party thrown by British GQ and Vogue, albeit briefly, as he was listed as one of the event's hosts. Following the ceremony, BAFTA hosted a dinner for the nominees and guests, where everyone was speaking about the incident. On one hand, Davies' disability is the inspiration for I Swear, the film's star. Robert Aramayo won the BAFTA Rising Star Award on Sunday, as well as the lead actor prize over frontrunners Timothy Chalamet and Leonardo DiCaprio. But even if BAFTA guests would understand why he slighted the shirt, they were still disturbed by his outburst. Jordan was visibly startled when Davidson yelled from the auditorium as audience members gasped. Though guests were sensitive to everyone involved, the incident was definitely the talk of the night. Yeah, I mean, it's not every day that fucking happens.
Well, true, but also way to make the guy feel even more uncomfortable. Like, Because you do know that this guy, the guy the movie was based on, wasn't a celebrity, and so his only 15 minutes of fame is as the guy who shouted the N-word and is now probably going to be mortified for the rest of his life that he said the N-word at the top of his lungs on national TV. I find it to be a little bit disingenuous that they knew ahead of time that he was there. They knew what Tourette's was, and they were there specifically to honor a movie about the trials and tribulations of Tourette's, but they weren't able to take it in stride, or at least acknowledge that he did it involuntarily. That kind of disgusts me. Actually, it's disgusting. Because what it effectively amounts to is morally shaming this guy for something that he did not intend to do and wouldn't have done but for his condition that he can't help having. Moving on.
Aside from Davison, the BAFTAs held several other major prizes as well, though Arameo won lead actor. He isn't even nominated in the very tight category at the Academy Awards. Ryan Coogler won Best Original Screenplay at the ceremony, giving a heartfelt speech about what really matters to him. I come from a community that loves me and spoke a lot of power into me. And really, they made me believe I could do this, that I could be a writer. Prince William presented Dame Donna Langley with the BAFTA Fellow Award, first public outing for him and his wife, Kate Middleton, since Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office for his connection to Jeffrey Epstein.
Prince Andrew, the erstwhile Prince Andrew, because he got his title revoked because of this shit.
Mountbatten Windsor has denied any wrongdoing. Motherfucker, who is going to come clean about any of that shit? Let's be fully honest.
Yeah, we either need to just, like, basically throw out the entire government of every, like, major Western country to get rid of everyone who might have been involved, or we just need to, get the fuck over it. I would prefer the first rather than the second, but it doesn't appear that we're getting the throw everyone out on their ear approach. We should, because we should live in a world where if we find out that our entire political class is hedonistic, jaded, aged, geriatric pedophiles, we should be able to just throw them all out on that premise alone, as and when it happens, because that's the correct response to finding out your entire political class is that sort of degenerate, namely get a new political class, because clearly the one that we have is not worth keeping. But alas, no. It was a minor scandal for about 2 weeks, and then other shit happened. Moving on.
All right. The NBC Universal chair took the stage in a custom Rodart dress, telling the audience, "My hope is that those of us who help to tell stories for a living continue to find inspiration to make popular art that carries over into people's everyday lives."
Honey, the BAFTAs are basically the British Oscars. Y'all haven't made a habit of honoring popular movies in like 70 years. Well, actually no. I'll be slightly nicer than that. It's been more like 40 years, because once upon a when I was a very young kid in the 90s, stuff like Forrest Gump, Shawshank Redemption, and Taxi Driver won, which were actual popular movies that people actually liked. Whereas in 2026's BAFTA Oscar zeitgeist, there were only really two movies that could be qualified as popular movies, and that was Sinners and Del Toro's Frankenstein, and neither of which really got the full measure of what they probably deserved. Moving on.
All right. The Golden Globes calls itself Hollywood's best party, but the BAFTAs gave it a run for its money. This event's after parties go well into the night. British GQ and British Vogue held their celebration at the traditional English restaurant Simpsons in the Strand, which is set to reopen next week. Its host committee included Ethan Hawke and Tanya Taylor. Universal Pictures hosted its party at the exclusive members-only club Oswald's, where Kate Hudson was seen chatting with Langley at a booth upstairs in the corner. Netflix hosted the rowdiest party of the night in another private club, the 22, where the cast of Industry and Tyreek Weathers were dancing till 3 in the morning to the tunes of Miss Elliott and TLC. Okay.
I'm a fan of old school taste as much as the next guy, probably more than the next guy. But you guys are such pricks, man. You don't operate with anything resembling taste. You just debauch yourselves as hedonistically as possible, and you get away with it because you have a bunch of wealth and prestige that you probably realistically shouldn't have. Much like the whole Epstein of it all. Moving on.
Even as the BAFTAs threw a few curveballs, a few familiar faces, Jesse Buckley, director Paul Thomas Anderson, once again won in their categories, further cementing their front-runner stature at the upcoming Oscars. At the upcoming Oscars. And while the Davison incident might have overshadowed the night on social media, the show also highlighted an increasingly wide open race in the supporting actors category, while also solidifying Warner Brothers as awards season's most dominant studio, with one battle after another, and Sinners yet again taking home so many of the top prizes.
Sinners deserves to. Sinners was great. One battle after another was shameless, hipsterific, fucking Antifa sympathy movie. So yeah, the problem of the awards circuit only really lionizes hipster movies in today's day and age, and only very rarely does something like a Del Toro's Frankenstein or a Sinners, the movies that people actually like and wanted to see because they were actually entertaining. Only very rarely do those sorts of movies even show up. It's one of the reasons nobody gives a fuck about the award shows anymore. Because it used to be that stuff like the Oscars, the Golden Globes, and the BAFTAs were the cinematic, cinephile equivalent of the Super Bowl. You wanted to see your favorite movie get the gold, basically. But now it's a ratio of 8 hipster movies to 1 popular movie, and so very few people actually care about the Oscars, the BAFTAs, or the Golden Globes anymore, because they're not actually focused on rewarding the best movie on merit. They're interested in who can make the most pretentiously isolationist art house schlock that deliberately bores its audience to death. Moving on.
Alright, give me a sec. Alright, Hollywood Reporter. BAFTA jury member quits over handling of Tourette's tic at Film Awards. Written by Lily Ford, published February 24th, 2024. Jonte Richardson posted on social media that he will never give his time to an organization that has repeatedly failed to safeguard the dignity of its black guest. after a Tourette's campaigner shouted a racial slur while Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were on stage.
Okay, I almost gave this guy some credit for quitting because of the handling of Davidson's thing, whereby I assumed he was quitting because we publicly shamed the disabled guy. But no, I should have known better. Apparently, the race card trumps the ableism card, and so what really needs to be done while we're shaming this poor disabled guy into oblivion is safeguarding the feelings of our African American guests more. Dunce. Entire dunce. You guys will publicly shame a disabled person for all the world to see, and your only solution is black people's feelings most affected. Cunts.
Dave isn't. Wait, hold on. John Davidson. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, it's weird. It's super weird. I don't get why. Anyway, shall we move on?
Yep.
All right. BAFTA controversy has entered its third day. Filmmaker and independent producer Jonathan Richardson said on social media that he is stepping down as a BAFTA jury member over the British Academy's handling of the racial slur cited at Sinners duo Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo presented the award for Best Visual Effects.
They are not the victims here, and by the way, Delroy Lindo, to his credit, basically just laughed it off, which frankly is the correct response, because it's not as though the guy actually wanted to shout the N-word at the top of his lungs. And I will repeat this for clarity's sake again. As far as my layman's understanding of Tourette's goes, you only shout the worst things and the most embarrassing things you can think of when you have Tourette's, specifically because it bypasses your other language centers and triggers whatever's found in the amygdala. So the fact that the N-word was on the list of potential tics for Mr. Davidson implies that he knows that the N-word is something that no one in polite company should say. So in a sane handling of this, they might even be able to say something to the effect of, if it's on his tick list, then that means he definitely knows he shouldn't say it. And so we really should feel bad for him, given that his brain doesn't give him any option but to say it. But, you know, why would we actually give a damn about the people we're performatively simping empathetically for when their minority status actually starts inconveniencing our social clout? This is what pisses me off about it. It's the scene in Joker where the involuntary laugh thing happens and he tries to give the woman the, like, please don't be offended, I have a condition that makes me involuntarily laugh. It's exactly that, except for laughter reads slurs. And yet these people who are oh so prone to all the social justice and all the sympathy for the oppressed and all the performative empathy for all the minorities, as soon as one of those minorities makes them look bad or brings up a problem that they're not ready to handle right now, then we can publicly humiliate this person on international fucking television and give him no empathy whatsoever. cunts entirely. Moving on.
Tourette's campaigner, executive producer, the BAFTA nominated I Swear John Davidson was introduced to the audience at Sunday's BAFTA Film Awards ceremony, and the crowd warned over his Tourette's syndrome, a condition characterized by sudden, involuntary, and repetitive movements or sounds called tics. Davidson, whose life inspired I Swear, which Robert Aramayo won the Best Actor BAFTA, later said he was deeply mortified if anyone considers my involuntary tics to be intentional or to carry any meaning.
So he did, in fact, apologize. So fuck you, Grace. Fuck you extra hard because he actually did apologize. Not that he should have had to, considering that everyone knew he had Tourette's and knew exactly what that might mean at the thing. But apparently, instead of thinking to ourselves, dear God, we publicly humiliated a disabled person on public television, we're instead going to think to ourselves, oh, those poor black people, they were momentarily inconvenienced by the N-word from someone who literally couldn't prevent themselves from saying it. This is an example of exactly what pisses me off about social justice. We support mental health until mental health makes you look bad or makes you sound vaguely like a bad person, and then we will throw you under the bus. We support all black people except the ones that don't like BLM. We support all women except the anti-feminist or non-feminist ones. We support all fucking gay people except the ones that think that critical queer theory is a neo-Hegelian clusterfuck and that gay people should aspire to more than just constant victimhood for the remainder of fucking time. Rage. Moving on.
BBC apologized for failing to cut the slur from the final broadcast, aired on a 2-hour delay on the British broadcaster. BAFTA has also taken some heat for its bungling of the situation and apologized unreservedly to Jordan and Lindo while defending Davis's right to be at the ceremony.
Yeah, where is Davidson's apology? You know, the guy you basically drove. Mercifully, it doesn't appear like he's reacting the way he could have done. But what could have very easily happened, and thank God it didn't. Imagine being some random Joe Smo who's never been on television before. And then this happens. Your disability makes a public display on international television, and everyone is saying what a shitty person it makes you for having that disability. Again, I'm glad this didn't happen, but what very could have easily happened. Imagine he had killed himself out of embarrassment. Imagine he had gone home that night and killed himself because he was so mortified that his disability went on public display and everyone thought that his disability made him a bad person. Again, thankfully that didn't happen, but imagine if it had. Because that's only by virtue of this guy having more internal strength than he should need that he didn't do that. And I'm glad he didn't do that. But people shouldn't have to kill themselves to finally get the sympathy that they should kind of just have by default. Again, it's you guys always simp for disabilities and mental health right up until disabilities or mental health are optically weird or morally uncomfortable, and then it's right under the bus with all the other untermentions. Moving on.
BBC, on Tuesday afternoon, the Hollywood Reporter received confirmation that executives at Sinners Studio Warner Brothers raised immediate concerns with BAFTA about the tick and asked the slur to be removed from the BBC broadcast. It is understood that the studio has given assurances that this message would be passed on to the BBC and producer Penny Lane TV swiftly. Meeting between BAFTA and Warner Brothers executives took place on Monday.
Why are we acting as though the Sinners cast are the victims here? This is literally, we publicly humiliated a disabled person and called him an immoral bastard on public television. Black people most affected. I'm not saying that they shouldn't feel uncomfortable or that it was a good thing for them to have to hear, but for Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo, multimillionaires who, work in Hollywood for a living, they heard something that momentarily made them uncomfortable, and everyone is acting as though they are the ones who are the victims here and need to be mollycoddled and protected from all the consequences. Meanwhile, this poor guy who is not a celebrity, not uber wealthy, and not otherwise media trained, had his disability make a public appearance on international television, and then 2/3 of the internet called him an immoral bastard for it. I'm not saying that Jordan and Lindo have no reason to feel uncomfortable, but are we just going to ignore that we're publicly shaming a disabled guy who categorically did not have any control over the thing that happened? Moving on.
All right. THR looked at how the night unfolded in detail here and later spoke to those with Tourette syndrome to weigh in on the significance of the moment. In a statement on Facebook Monday night, jury member Richardson said that the handling of the unfortunate Tourette's N-word incident was utterly unforgivable. I cannot and will not contribute my time, energy, and expertise to an organization that has really failed to safeguard the dignity of its black guest members and the black creative community, said Richardson. This is particularly unfortunate given that this year's cohort boasts some incredibly black talent, especially one of my favorite shows of 2025, Just Act Normal.
Okay. This is unforgivable, but not at all for the reasons you are thinking, sir. What's unforgivable is that a unfortunate incident with the disabled guy happened, and no sympathy was ever spoiled in his direction.
Be right back.
But you rushed to the fore to mollycoddle the nearest black person that might be offended by the N-word. And I'm going to be slightly mean here and say that we all know, don't we, how much black people like using the N-word among themselves to refer to both of themselves and one another, don't we? So what precisely the fuck was wrong with the incident, given that we, again, know for a fact that people of African descent like using the N-word to refer to themselves and other people of their own ethnic group. If Mr. Davidson was a black dude, would he still be getting this reaction? And if not, if we would actually finally realize, oh wait, he's a disabled person and we're basically morally shaming him for an involuntary spasm of his disability, if that would be the reaction if he were black, then I'm gonna have to point this out. You are only mad at his Tourette's tick because he's a white guy. If he were not a white guy, if he were a black guy or some other ethnic minority, there's a good chance that he would have gotten the reaction that he should have gotten, period, which is, dear God, I can't imagine having a condition that makes me say those things out loud. But because he's a white guy and the people who inadvertently triggered his involuntary spasm happened to be black, we need to throw him under the bus and mollycoddle the multimillionaire actors. And again, I'm not even disputing that it probably was uncomfortable for them to hear that shouted at them, or at least within earshot of them, at the top of his lungs. Sure. But they are multimillionaires. And also, Sinners was a very, very black-coded movie. And to corroborate my black people refer to themselves as the N-word and refer to each other as the N-word all the live long time thing, it came up a lot in Sinners. Now, don't get me wrong, it should have come up a lot in Sinners. It's, the South during the 1920s or whatever the fuck. But being that as it may, you're talking about a word that black people use to refer to each other and themselves, frankly, more often than not.
I'm back.
And the only reason you're offended is because the guy whose involuntary mental health condition made him say it was white. If he was black, we would have focused on, dear God, someone's mental health condition made them say that word at the top of their lungs, poor guy, which is the correct response.
Hey, Dalton.
Yeah.
Repeating.
Yeah, I know. Moving on.
Alright.
It pisses me off.
I get it. Where was I? However, when an organization like BAFTA, with its own long history of systemic racism, refuses to acknowledge the harm inflicted on both black and disabled communities and offer an appropriate apology, remaining involved would be tantamount to condoning its behavior.
Thank you for at least acknowledging that the disabled community is also the victim here, specifically the Tourette's having community, because I can tell you, as someone with a physical disability and an anxiety disorder that probably qualifies as a mental disability to some degree, I have a lot of empathy for this because God knows this kind of bullshit is not unbeknownst to me. But I also want to freely acknowledge, and I have done as much as I can here, that while I have anxiety that makes my brain basically mutiny on itself as well, that is not equivalent to Tourette's, and I don't want to try to draw a moral equivalence between severe anxiety and Tourette's. That being said, it does give me a very empathetic position because I know what it's like when your brain essentially burps the worst possible thing it can burp at you and you have to spend 20 minutes arguing with it. And again, I am very grateful that my neurology is such that I can shut my fucking mouth and not say the thoughts that spring to my head that I find morally repugnant. Because I can't imagine what my life would be like if I was obliged to say the worst possible things my brain can come up with when it decides to mutiny like that. So there. Moving on.
And that he hopes BAFTA leadership comprehend the damage they and the BBC have caused and take the necessary steps to ensure the production staff is inclusive enough to prevent such an issue in the future. Host Alan Cumming interrupted his monologue several times across the Sunday show to remind viewers Tourette syndrome is a disability and the tics you've heard tonight are involuntary, which means the person who has Tourette syndrome has no control over their language. We apologize if you are offended tonight.
And good for Alan Cumming for, well, realistically reading the script they told him to read when this happened. But good for the producers of the BAFTAs for at least acknowledging and repeatedly bringing up that thing. I really wish that fact could make it into the broader Discord and we could stop drawing a moral equivalency between being racially offended because you're black and publicly shaming a disabled guy for having a disability outburst. But, baby steps. Moving on.
As part of their full statement on the matter, BAFTA said, "We take the duty of care to all our guests very seriously and start from a position of inclusion. We took measures to make those in attendance aware of the tics, announcing to the audience before the ceremony began and throughout that John was in the room and that they may hear strong language, involuntary noises, or movements during the ceremony." Like
Good for them for reminding people. It's a shame that none of this information actually got through anyone's thick fucking skulls. Hang on.
One sec, I took a bite of my food.
Yep.
We would like to thank Michael and Delroy for their incredible dignity and professionalism, said BAFTA, who added that Davidson chose to leave the auditorium and watch the rest of the ceremony from a screen. We'd like to thank Davidson for his dignity and consideration of others on what should have been a night of celebration for him.
Yeah, and you and the fucking moralistic pearl clutchers of the Twitter mafia turned what should have been a moment of celebration into something that, again, wouldn't have surprised me if it made him kill himself. Thankfully, it did not, and good for him for being able to take that embarrassment in stride. But in another life, you guys reacting to a involuntary outburst of disability as though it was a moral failing, looking at you, Grace, looking at you, guy who thinks that mollycoddling black people's feelings is more important than apologizing for publicly shaming a disabled guy. But yeah, in another life, your guys' attempt to moralize what was an involuntary spasm would have resulted in this guy killing himself. Thankfully, it did not, and nor should it. And I really hope that this guy is able to cope with the embarrassment of essentially publicly embarrassing himself. Granted, he has Tourette's syndrome, so I think it's probably something he has lots of experience coping with. But yeah, I feel disgusted by Hollywood and its performative moral regime and its not in my backyardism. We love all of the minorities in theory, but if we ever have to actually deal with one, we will throw them under the bus at the first inconvenience.
That's every higher power, to be honest. And by higher power, I mean the organization, the old organizations that
Institution.
Thank you. The old institutions that have been around long enough that right now are trying to gain a lot of brownie points from the masses. I say in air quotes of the very loud. Is there a thing?
We want the moral kudos. We won't actually put our money where our mouth is with regards to the moral kudos, but we desperately want the moral kudos.
Thank you. The British Academy added that it takes full responsibility for putting our guests in a very difficult situation. The apology in full can be found. Okay. All right. Excuse me. Sorry. All right. And this one's from the Hollywood Reporter. Oscars get political winners and presenters slam gun violence, politicians, Trump, and wars. It's written by Carly Thomas, published March 15th, 2026.
Mm-hmm.
When aren't they? At least within the last decade or so.
Yeah, long dead are the days when the Oscars was about craft or skill or quality in, the art of movie making. That thing it's supposed to be ostensibly for and about. There were only 2 movies realistically that should have been nominated for awards, even nominated this year, and they were Sinners, which was nominated for 16 but only got 4 awards, and Del Toro's Frankenstein, which was nominated for 9 awards and only got 3. In a sane world, they would have split the night between them because they were realistically the only 2 that should have been nominated, at least in live action categories. I'm obviously not throwing all animation under the bus. And I'm actually quite pleased with the fact that K-pop Demon Hunters ended up winning.
Sorry.
But being that as it may, in a sane world, Sinners would have won all 16 that it was nominated for, and Del Toro's Frankenstein would have won all 9 that it was nominated for, with the possible exception of ones where they were nominated for the same category, in which case I would just flip a coin, and that would be how that would be decided. But because we don't live in a sane world where the movies that actually deserve to be acknowledged for merit get acknowledged for merit, we nominated Sinners for 16. We gave them 4, and they were mostly the technical awards that aren't really as big a deal as the big awards. And we nominated Del Toro's Frankenstein for 9. It got 3, and they were entirely technical awards, which just royally pisses me off. Because what needs to happen is either Hollywood, you give the awards to the movies that deserve the awards, or you start nominating different or nominating different movies. Because in a world where there are a dozen nominees, it's kind of scandalous for only 2 of those nominees to actually deserve any awards, especially when they don't even get all the awards they were nominated for. Moving on.
Okay. Subheader: Javier Bardem, Jimmy Kimmel, Conan O'Brien, and the winners in the documentary categories all used their time on stage Sunday to share some political commentary. While most winners and presenters at the 2026 Academy Awards kept their speeches apolitical, there were a few who used their opportunity with the microphone to call out politicians, gun violence, and wars happening around the globe. Before revealing the sentimental value, won the Oscar for Best International Feature Film, Javier Bardem, who was also wearing a 2003 Iraq War protest pin, began with "No to War" and "Free Palestine." Once the filmmaker for the Stellan Skarsgård-led film took the stage, he also concluded his acceptance speech, slamming politicians. I want to end by paraphrasing the wonderful American writer James Baldwin, who makes us remember that all adults are responsible for all children, and let's not vote for politicians who don't take this seriously into account. Joachim Trier said.
Okay. I will give that person at least a little bit of kudos for quoting something rather than trying to make their own shit. Because frankly, when actors are not okay, I should rephrase. When today's caliber of actors are left to come up with their own shit, they're morons. Because there was a time where our actors actually had some intellectual heft to them and had talents and skills beyond acting. Off the top of my head, Christopher Lee, Vincent Price, Orson Welles, basically anyone in the old school, again specifying the old school, like Shakespearean mold, etc. There was a time where our celebrities weren't room temperature fucking midwits. But alas, that age is as dead and buried as most of the people in it, and that's why I only really regard the political opinions of people like Morgan Freeman as worthwhile anymore, because Morgan Freeman is one of the only surviving members of a period in Hollywood history when uh, actors' IQs and aptitudes got above room fucking temperature. But incidentally, yes, you are all horrifying midwits, and your opinions aren't even your own. Your opinions are just the like social consensus inside your upper class bubble there. Um, and your deployment of them is tepid and facile as well. Because like, here's the thing: if you made movies centered on your political opinions that were actually good, which can be done and has been done before and will presumably be done again in some eventuality. And there are even cases in the 2026 Oscars I can point to of movies that were about or at least vaguely related to something political and were also good. Because I mean that's kind of what Sinners was. It was Ryan Coogler's sort of um black culture um black culture's specified version of From Dusk Till Dawn, basically. Um, so yeah, if you want to if you want to make art that centers on your political positions and you can actually do that in a way that makes them good, fine. You should still maybe spec into the idea that you should have a life outside of politics and social like moral proselytism. But if you wanted to make a thing about your political positions and your work was actually good, I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. It would be somewhat annoying that you can't ever turn your political positions off. And a truly good story should have multiple levels and be three-dimensional as possible. But no one is saying you can't make political art or like art that has a stance on something. But it is always and will always be contingent on whether you can make something good with those political positions. Like like there are famous works that are very centrally political. Like look at George Orwell, look at Animal Farm, look at 1984, look at Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, etc. But the reason we remember stuff like 1984 and Brave New World fondly is because in addition to being political, it was also a well-crafted story with memorable worlds, memorable characters, and deployment of that political messaging that actually resonated and stuck with people and wasn't two-dimensionally partisan and one-dimensionally thought through. If you're going to be a political artist, you can be a political artist, but you have to prioritize the quality of the art before anything else. And if you can't do that, all you're doing is making your own political position look bad and also making people exceedingly turned off to it because unfortunately this is down to the Frankfurt School infiltration of the art schools. When you believe in an artistic ideology that says that merit is actually a bad thing and that you should try to shun, subvert, and invert standards of merit as much as possible to deprogram people out of them, nothing you make on that premise alone will be good because it's not trying to be good. It is, in fact, trying to undermine the very notion that art can be good. Moving on.
All right. Backstage filming and expanded Backstage, the filmmaker expanded on his reason for paraphrasing a quote from Baldwin, telling press, I think the world is at the moment when we are getting more information than ever about the wrongdoings made towards children in several wars going on. And I feel personally, I have two small kids. Me and most people around me have been at times crying daily and feeling incapable of doing stuff because we've seen Palestinian children suffer, children from Ukraine suffer, from Sudan suffer, and there doesn't seem to be any accountability at the moment.
That was almost not even necessarily a political statement. Because given the whole Epstein clusterfuck basically applies to everyone in power currently, that's actually an instance where you could have made a think of the children argument and it wouldn't have been partisan, but then you threw Palestine and shit in it and made it not a universal statement about how all children should be protected from the heinous things done to them, and turned it into a think of the children, but only think of the kinds of children that I find politically expedient. This is the thing. You can have philosophical and political positions, but it would be very helpful if you treated them with the gravity and nuance and complexity that those issues actually have, instead of assuming that the one-dimensional position you have on any given myopically partisan political issue is the only correct position you can have on that issue, and that there's no more depth or nuance to the matter. This is why, and I will harp on this point again because it continues to be valid and I continue to be vexed by it. This is why that a children's cartoon from the 90s and early 2000s, Justice League Unlimited, specifically in the Cadmus story arc, was better at doing three-dimensional, universal political and philosophical discussions than modern dramas allegedly targeted toward adults. Because back in the day, we understood the notion of universality. We understood the notion of everyone's opinion should at least be admissible to the discussion. We understood the notion of things are nuanced and therefore not everyone has 100% of the truth 100% of the time. And so meaningful disagreement is perfectly admissible. That's why you can have somebody like Green Arrow, the old school lefty who believes that governments must do for people things they can't do for themselves, and the Randian objectivist in the form of the Question on the same team, despite the vast difference between like a old school progressive type lefty back in the way that that was supposed to mean back in the day, like a 1960s lefty versus a Randian objectivist. Those are two very philosophically different positions, but Green Arrow and the Question were able to have their own particular opinions on the thing and still considered each other teammates, still considered each other's opinions to be at least admissible to the discussion, even while they disagreed with each other, and understood that the Cadmus situation was bigger than any one person's position. But, that's just, a kid's cartoon from the 90s outclassing apparently actual Oscar caliber movies in 2020 fucking 6. But I'm sure there's nothing wrong there. Moving on.
Sure added, I'm not a politician, but I do believe that we need to go, as they say in the United States, across the aisle to be more collaborative about how we protect children in conflict situations, but also society in general.
Okay, that's fair. You could have left out the part in the middle, but that's at least a nuanced position. I will give you that. It's still not something you explicitly needed to bring up in the Oscars, because at the end of the day, you're an artist and we care about your opinions on art. We don't necessarily care about your positions on politics. But it's at least more nuanced than I come to expect from modern day Hollywood.
Moving on, or
Yeah, moving on.
okay. Earlier in the night, both winners in the documentary categories also didn't hold back, given the focus of their respective projects. All the Empty Rooms, which won the Oscar for Best Documentary Short, followed correspondent Steve Hartman and photographer Lou Bopp as they embarked on a 7-year-long project to document the empty bedrooms of children killed in school shootings.
I've not seen that documentary, so I cannot really weigh in on whether or not it's good or not. Moving on.
During his acceptance speech, All the Empty Rooms director Joshua Siftel took a moment to remember the 4 children who were killed in school shootings, whose empty rooms were featured in the documentary. Haley, Gracie, Dominic, and Jackie. Jackie's mother, Gloria Cazales, shared a few words after. My daughter Jackie was 9 years old when she was killed in Uvalde. She said, since that day, her bedroom has been frozen in time. Jackie is more than just a headline. She is our light in our life. Okay?
Yep. Moving on. No comment.
Cazales continued, gun violence is now the number one cause of death in kids and teens. We believe that if the world could see their empty bedrooms, we'd be a different America.
Okay. Obviously, she's going to be biased in this particular direction because, personal tragedy does do that. But the fact of the matter is that it's not the gun that makes this possible. If you take away guns, people will just choose another weapon. And we can confirm this because in the UK, instead of mass shootings, there are mass stabbings. You're never going to solve the school shooter problem until you start solving the situations that lead students to become school shooters in the first place. The issue is not little Johnny got bullied and got himself a gun and now he's dangerous. The issue is that little Johnny got bullied so badly that he felt the need to take revenge in that way in the fucking first place, regardless of the gun. Anyway, moving on.
While speaking with press backstage, Seftel, added to the doc, we've reached a point in our country where school shootings are so common. There's more than 100 per year, and we focus on the children who are gone. We're more likely to remember these things that are fading so quickly from our minds.
Okay, and now comes the part where I'm going to be controversial again, because obviously violence is bad and people should be discouraged from committing violence full stop unless it's self-defense or unless they have other valid reason for it. But as rude as it is, I'm going to say it. If you want to stop school shootings, you have to start having empathy for the kinds of kids that become school shooters. Period. It just is the case. Because the school shooting, as I alluded to just a moment ago, is but a symptom. If you want to stop the kinds of tragedies that beget school shootings, you need to stop them in the nascent stages by actually having empathy for the sorts of loners, nerds, losers, and weirdos that wind up getting bullied to the point that they become school shooters. And while the victims of school shootings are also tragedies, it's even more tragic because if somebody had been there to balance out the kid whose life was being turned into a misery and made him into a school shooter in the first place, all those people would still be alive, and the person who did the shooting would also be a much happier person. Because
Why do you
not
think?
only
Sorry, Don. I don't
yeah,
mean to cut you off, but why do you think? So I've always heard that argument to stop the whole school shooting thing. Like, why do you think that? Why would you say that is controversial?
Because people want to blame the guns. They assume that gun control will solve the issue because they don't like addressing the problem with school shootings and school shooters is much deeper than kid gets gun goes on rampage. It's by the time somebody is going full school shooter, they've snapped. And the thing that leads to them snapping never gets addressed. It's always we need to do something about guns, we need to do something about schools, we need to do something about this, we need to do something about that. It's never, for whatever reason, we need to stop alienating children to the point that they feel the need to go full Carrie White on some motherfucker. That's it. It deeply frustrates me that we can't actually talk about that. Yes, the victims of the shooting are also very tragic, but again, being slightly controversial here, maybe if some of that end up becoming the victims of school shooters put their fucking foot down and tried to show the sorts of loners and weirdos that become school shooters that life isn't a misery and that they're not alienated from everyone, maybe they would still be alive by virtue of everyone in the scenario, both shooter and shootee, could be in a better place psychologically.
Well, okay. I mean, I see your point, but it's a very complicated issue. To be fair,
It is, and people don't like it being complicated, and that's why it's the school's fault, it's the teacher's fault, it's the gun's fault instead
how the
of
fuck is it that most of the time teachers fucking die trying to save the fucking students?
yeah, I know.
How the f-
It's stupid. People come up with all sorts of stupid
To be fair,
rationales as to why we can't.
I could understand the argument for the school simply because well, to be fair, there's a real under budgeting of various schools, and so they don't really have the resources to do what you're suggesting.
Yeah,
Um,
and
and
there's also the issue of 9 times out of 10, the sorts of people who eventually become school shooters have other disciplinary issues, and it never gets reported to anyone and never gets addressed at all.
yeah, be fair, I do think. Well, I will agree that is kind of the generalized school shooter, but then you got the ones that go into like just like random ones that just pop into fucking schools and just do it for whatever fucking reason.
Well, yeah, and there are people who just straight up have like schizophrenia or other dissociative mental illness, so they're not really even in control of their actions. But if we got rid of all of the people who were pushed into it because they were bullied or abused or
I
in,
agree. I'm not arguing that. I'm just also pointing out that that is
yeah,
not just
there
it's not.
are outliers within outliers where it is literally someone who is not in control of their actions because they have a dissociative identity of some
Or
description.
someone who is just a piece of shit who wants to do that because there are people like that.
Those are
Like I
probably
admit, yes,
the
those are
least
rare. Those
common.
are very. Look, Don, I'm not trying to make the argument that that's the common. I
Right.
am aware that that is a very niche outlier of this,
Yeah.
but I feel like it has to be addressed and mentioned for clarity's sake.
Yeah. That being said, if we could get rid of all of the avoidable school shooters,
No, yeah, I
that would
agree. That
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 would cut
that was
the
never.
that
I
would
was
cut
never trying to
the,
argue that.
yeah, that would cut the numbers down by like 2/3. And that's definitely worth doing because then we can find the ones with schizophrenia or ones that are just assholes, as you say, and we can medicate them. Because
Okay, but
9 times out of 10, that would solve the problem too. Is if we actually, instead of being like, well, so and so is having disciplinary problems, but it's totally not a problem. We could actually be like, okay, so and so has a history of disciplinary problems. Maybe we should do something by getting them medication that would help them or something.
People said something about me when I was in school.
Mm.
That I could be that.
I can understand why people who wouldn't know you well would get that kind of vibe from you. Still fuck them because you're one of my best friends and you are the sort of person who would not hurt a fly.
Well,
But
okay, that's look.
I can
If
sort
I
of
were
see
to
how your introverted loner thing would register as school shootery to some people.
honestly, if I were to snap, I would mostly just beat a motherfucker. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's about it. Like that whole for the record, I'm probably fucking too lazy and not dedicated enough to do all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I just don't have that kind of.
I
Uh,
mean, I think we both know the person who would be the first on your beating ass list when the shit hit the fan, and that person probably deserves it.
to be fair, my whole thing is I don't really get into anything of violence unless I'm either provoked or it's someone that deserves to get knocked down. So, and even if I were to snap, I really don't see that changing. Like that's kind of just a fundamental core of myself.
Mm. I think Zephyr wants to say hello. He's circling around the phone.
How you doing, you little shit?
Hi, baby. You're okay. I I think he realized I was getting upset about the thing we were talking about, and he decided he needed to come and give me cuddles, which is cute.
All right. As for the winner of the best documentary feature category, Mr. Nobody against Putin, centered on a Russian teacher who secretly documents a small town school's transformation into a war recruitment center during the Ukraine invasion, revealing the ethical dilemmas educators face amid propaganda and militarization.
Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same. The I mean, it is worth noting that Vladimir Putin was a high-ranking member of the KGB before he was elected president, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised. They're still essentially doing the Soviet thing.
You know, we really should bring back uh, a few things. One, well, okay, here's how I kind of would want a lot of shit to be handled.
Hmm.
Well, okay, duels
Hmm.
that should be legalized in America again.
Hmm.
That'd solve a lot of problems, I think. Um, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna get into how I would radically change like governmental systems and stuff because we'd be here all night, and my mind goes a little more medieval.
The brainstorm manifesto will not be televised this evening. Well,
Please don't say manifesto, man. That just
uh,
David Borenstein, who co-directed the film, said in his speech, "Miss Nobody Against Putin is about how you lose your country, and what we saw when working with this footage, it's that you lose it through countless small little acts of complicity. When we act complicit when a government murders people on the streets of our major cities, when we don't say anything, when oligarchs take over the media and control how we produce it, control how we can produce it and consume it, we all face a moral choice, but luckily, even a nobody is more powerful than you think."
And this is the sad truth. As much as we would like to believe that that's just a horrifying Russian thing, I mean, the current state of Hollywood is such that it's still, basically ideologically and institutionally captured. Just because we're a little softer and a little nicer about our propaganda doesn't mean we don't do it. It's one of the things that really annoys me about the Oscars, because once upon a not so very long ago, any movie could be nominated for the Oscars. Now the Academy actually has like rules in place to where you have to have some sort of political opinionization or you won't be admissible to the discussion. It's just and don't even get me started on journalists and the media, because I mean, how we've been doing this show for almost actually a little over 7 years now, and you would not believe the kind of hit pieces journalists will write of their own fucking volition on people that I know personally and have known for a number of years. Like, friends of mine have gotten the hit piece treatment. So, as much as Hollywood would like to believe that they are immune to the kind of corruption that Putin is currently doing in Russia, no, you're just more subtle about it. But the current media institutions are just as ideologically captured here as they are there. They're just captured by different shit. Moving on.
Pavel Telekin, the film's main subject, who also co-directed alongside Borenstein, also took a moment to demand that all the wars happening in the world end now. For 4 years, we look at the sky for a shooting star to make a very important wish. But there are countries where instead of shooting stars, they have shooting bombs and shooting drones, he said via translator. In the name of our future, in the name of all our children, in the name of our future, in the name of all our children, stop all these wars now.
I mean, that is a lovely sentiment. Unfortunately, I'd love to live in a world without wars, but that's just not on offer a lot of the time.
Yeah, unless some aliens come, I don't think, well, honestly, even then, I don't think Earth's uniting. Backstage in the press room, Borenstein also spoke about the parallels between Russia and the U.S. currently. One interesting thing about working with a team of Russians throughout this process has been my desire as an American to constantly compare the situation in America to Russia. But a lot of my Russian colleagues and friends always say no, it's not the same situation. It's actually happening quicker in America than it's been happening in Russia. Trump was moving a lot quicker than Putin moved in his early years, so that's all I have to say to that.
That is a false equivalency if ever I heard one. Even now, even when things with Iran are looking sketchier and sketchier by the day, Trump is not an authoritarian, my dudes. He's a 90s style business Democrat with populist and libertarian leanings.
I still think he's kind of a jackass, though.
He's a jackass, but there's a difference between being a jackass and being a former goddamn member of the KG fucking B. And the false equivalency that Hollywood likes to draw between Trump and people like Putin is just a farce. Because if you stepped away from the institutional consensus and the propaganda for 5 minutes, you would realize that Trump is nothing like Putin and that he's actually one of the better presidents we've had in my entire lifetime. Granted, I'm only 30, but he's one of the better politicians we've had in my entire lifetime.
Eh, Lastly, you know what? Again, I'm not gonna say anything. It's kind of a hmm. Bless you.
Thank you.
Moving on, or
Yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel, I've never liked Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, he's an insufferable little shit, and he thinks that being dismissive and snarky about all the things makes him funny. And I got bad news for you, Jimmy. Um, takes a little bit more to be funny than just being dismissive and snarky about everything under the sun.
Look, I'm just gonna be completely honest. It's just because the guy has zero presence, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's a sniveling little shit with no charisma to speak of. And and
To
people
be fair,
think he's funny because he
I'm gonna be honest. I've never really liked late night talk shows. I've watched clips and stuff, and I even watched like Jay Leno when I was a kid when that guy was still there and stuff. And I don't know. I never got into them, like any of them.
I've gotten into a couple occasionally. I like a lot of I like a lot of Johnny Carson clips I used to watch. Um and this goes back to not only did we used to have a better quality of celebrity, but we also used to have a better quality of journalist. Like people like uh Mike Wallace, the current the father of Chris Wallace. People like I'm trying to think of some other famous like interviewer type journalists that we used to have. Um, I like a lot of old school journalists and a lot of old school presenters in that vein. But yeah, our current Jay Leno could at least be funny every now and again. And there was a time, although, many years ago now, where even people like Bill Maher were capable of being funny. But those days are gone, baby, gone for the most part.
All right, moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Jimmy Kimmel, who is known to get political and for his ongoing feud with President Donald Trump, also made an appearance at one point during the night to present the honors for Best Documentary Short and Best Documentary Feature. And the late night host struck a few pointed jokes during a short time on stage Sunday. We hear a lot about courage at shows like this, but telling a story that could get you killed for telling it is real courage. As you know, there are some countries whose leaders don't support free speech. I'm not at liberty to say which, but let's just leave it at North Korea and CBS. He said, shouting at David Ellison, who now owns Paramount Global, the parent company of CBS.
Okay, I will give that one to you. That was funny in that it blames partly the mainstream media of our own country without necessarily making it a Trump bad bullshit thing. Because if you really want to walk down this road, one of the governments that are the worst for like anti-free speech is the EU, is Europe. That's why I cheered when JD Vance told Europe to their faces that they were not in favor of free speech. And he was correct. And until Europe gets its head out of its ass and stops being a authoritarian fuckmongery by way of like institutionalist bureaucracy, that will still be the case. Fuck Europe, fuck Russia, fuck China, and even to some degree, fuck Canada. I I have I'm not exactly proud to be an American at this exact moment, but we're still doing it better than all the rest of you. So fuck you.
Uh, and will continue, unfortunately, for all of us. There's an international community of filmmakers dedicated to telling the truth, oftentimes at great risk, to make films that teach us, that call out injustice,
And none of them can be found in the current Hollywood zeitgeist, Mr. Camo. That's the problem. You want to believe that you're the brave truth tellers,
Oh
but
no, I wasn't done.
go ahead.
It's better to take action, and there are also documentaries where you walk around the White House trying on shoes. He equipped referencing the Melania Trump doc, Melina.
Of course, we had to throw at least a little bit of Orange Man Bad in there. But yeah, Jimmy, I hate to burst your bubble, and in fact Hollywood's bubble, but you guys are not the truth tellers. You guys are ideologically and institutionally captured just like everybody else. And in some ways worse than everybody else. So while there are indeed movies being made and things calling out the truth, you're going to be very uncomfortable if I start listing them, because a lot of the people that actually tell the truth in today's day and age are the internet journalists, people like Project Veritas, people like Andino, people like Nuxanor, people like Tim Pool, people like Joe Rogan. Those are the people who actually seem to be interested in telling the truth, not Hollywood, not the institutions, and not the celebrity class. Moving on.
Later, before real nominees for Best Documentary Feature, specifically, he added, "Oh man, is he going to be mad his wife wasn't nominated for this?" alluding to Donald Trump. At the beginning of the Sunday night ceremony, host Conan O'Brien had warned that things could get political, including with his own jokes and commentary.
I mean, thank you for at least admitting that that's what you're doing, but also you guys cannot stop yourselves. It's not like we didn't know that was going to happen, because that's the problem. Not only is the Academy not interested in actually rewarding quality or craft or pushing of boundaries in movies anymore, they also are more interested in ideological and political point scoring than they are in, again, actually giving a fuck what's well made or entertaining. That's part of the problem. If you could stop getting politics shoved up your ass like a septic suppository and actually focus on what entertains the audience and what actually is, good movie making, we wouldn't be having this problem. But you can't, and so that's why people just don't give a damn about the Oscars anymore, for the most part. The only reason I watched is because I was rooting for Sinners and I was rooting for Del Toro's Frankenstein, the only two movies in the live action categories that actually were worth nominating. And you guys shortchanged them. Moving on.
I should warn you, tonight things could get political, so there's an alternate Oscars hosted by Kid Rock at the Dave & Buster's down the street. The host quipped during his opening monologue, referring to the right-wing Super Bowl counter-programming last month.
I mean, you joke, but for a while now, there has been an online equivalent to the Oscars run by people who are sick of the Oscars not actually prioritizing quality movies anymore.
I think I've
the
said
Raven
this.
Awards. I don't particularly fancy that particular corner of things either, even though they're ostensibly on my side. But there actually is a anti-institutional variety of Oscars called the Raven Awards, if you genuinely gave half.
Again, I'm still of the mindset that the Oscars should have, instead of being committee, well, not as close-minded as committee that it has had, that it should be by public vote, and the committee basically just tallies up the votes of the people.
To be fair, the People's Choice Award does exist, but also to be fair, they don't actually live up to that name as much as they should. So I agree, or at the very least, the public should get votes. They shouldn't maybe be the end all and be all, but they should definitely get the votes. And they don't.
I'm just saying, if like I feel like if it's going if you're gonna have a movie which the common folk, most of the time the those guys on the committee don't actually watch that shit. Most
No, even the people who own the studios don't watch movies, and that should explain like 90% of the problem with most of Hollywood. The people who own and finance movie studios don't like movies, and it frustrates me to no end that that is the case. Because even if it were just about making money, there are industries you could make money in that you actually might like, and then you could leave the movie studios to people who actually, like the idea of making movies and TV every now and again. Moving on.
okay. At the end of his monologue, O'Brien also got a bit serious. Yes, tonight is an international event. If I can be serious for just a moment, everyone watching right now around the world is all too aware that these are very chaotic, frightening times, he said. It's at moments like these that I believe that the Oscars are particularly resonant. 31 countries across 6 continents are represented this evening, and every film we salute is the product of thousands of people speaking different language, working hard to make something of beauty. We pay tribute tonight not just to film, but to the ideas of global artistry, collaboration, patience, resilience, and that rarest of qualities today, optimism.
You failed. You failed horribly, Mr. O'Brien. There are only two movies in the live action portion of the Oscars that are actually worth nominating. That would be Sinners and Del Toro's Frankenstein. And they got shortchanged. You guys don't give a fuck about art, and you haven't given a fuck about art since at least the like mid 2010s. So I don't want to hear it. You if you guys actually lived up to that statement, I would not have a problem with the Oscars, but you don't, and you haven't for at least a decade, so you can go fuck yourselves. Because instead of prioritizing what is the most entertaining, what is the most well crafted, what is the most qualitative piece of art that Hollywood has produced, you deliberately nominate and lionize movies that most people have not seen because they can't be arsed to sit through them. And even even when that is even taking that out of the equation, you go out of your way to lionize movies that basically parrot your own talking points back at you rather than actually start any meaningful conversations. So yeah, no, you can go fuck yourselves. Hollywood in general can go fuck itself, and it can go fuck itself back to the early 2010s, because back then there was at least an attempt to convince people that movies that got nominated deserved to, and that the movies that won deserved to. I don't think anyone believes that now, and it's because no one believes that now that no one gives a fuck about what the Oscars think. Because if you're nominating movies not based on quality, but based on which is the most insufferably, intentionally boring, hipsterific piece of shit that parrots our talking points back at us, then no one's going to want to see that. Like I said, of the dozens of movies that got nominated, uh, at this year's Oscars, there were only two in the live action segment that actually deserved to. Animation is mostly unaffected by this bullshit, but that's because, sadly enough, the Academy basically gives animation its own category to throw the industry a bone rather than because they like it. If the Academy actually gave a shit about animation and treated animation like a serious art form, it would also be only the most hipsterific and ideologically captured movies that got nominated. So, frankly, maybe the Academy should just stop caring about art, and then we can go back to nominating movies that actually deserve to be nominated and getting movies to win that actually deserve to win again. Seemed like the more invested the Academy gets in the Oscars, the more insufferably and intentionally hipstery it gets. Moving on.
There, what? Give me a second. Oh. Okay. Supergirl official trailer. Can you see it? Is it
Yeah.
come through? Okay.
Yeah. Apple pie.
1 second. Let me just get full screen. I'm really starting to feel tired. Apple pie.
Hey, I was just touching base to see when you think you might be coming back. You know, I'm just worried that you're not going to find your stride here if you keep going off-world all the time, Kara. I'm worried you're not going to find your people.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, Clark. I have no people.
I will say this trailer looks a lot better than the previous one did. It's not really doing anything particularly noteworthy, but it does at least look more like colorful and visually interesting than the previous trailer did.
It's the exact same shots.
Well, then whoever put this trailer together is better at their job than the previous, whoever was in charge of it the last time.
You're worried, dude.
That being said, this is still kind of the very definition of mid. And I don't want to be mean to DC, but DC can't afford to just be mid now. Because they're 3.5 reboot deep at a time when the comic book genre itself is kind of in a coma. So you need to be batting 1,000. You need to be firing on all cylinders, and this is again kind of the very definition of mid. Apple pie?
Sure.
Home is wherever you are, buddy.
As I walk this land,
Crypto and I at least have each other.
It's very hard not to have positive feelings towards Cute Dog, because
you hate dogs.
I don't like dogs relative to cats, but I don't hate dogs. They just need to learn how to chill, and most dogs I've met have no chill.
Motherfucker, you ain't got no chill.
I have plenty of chill.
Bullshit.
What I don't have is optimism.
Motherfucker, I've known you for over 6. Yeah, I've known you for 7 years. You ain't got no chill. You ain't got no chill.
Possible. But
you are a high-strung, anxiety-driven, borderline nutcase.
Fair. But point being, I can't tolerate the hyperactivity of dogs. That's the main hurdle for
you're not fit
dogs. is the hyperactive bullshit and the slobber. I can't tolerate either the hyperactive bullshit or the slobber when it comes to dogs.
You're not physically able to handle a dog's hyperactivity. You can just say that.
It's not a physicality thing.
It's a part of it. Let's be fully honest.
Dogs need to learn how to calm the fuck down for 5 minutes. And to be fair, I'm sure trained dogs probably do, but I've not been exposed to many trained dogs.
Because everyone wants a fucking puppy.
Mm-hmm. Not me. I am happy with my I am happy with my preternatural predilections for cats.
I want to like this. Okay, no, scratch it. You're right about it being mid. I think the issue is there's no build up.
I sincerely think that the smart move for Supergirl, and I know I've said this before, but it still appears to be true. If they were smart, they would have waited until the end of Clark's trilogy, and then whenever Cornsweat decides he wants to retire, then you introduce Supergirl and the rest of the Superman family, or introduce the Superman family in and along the trilogy, so that
I don't agree with that particular way. I could see it, but I'm sure there's another way they could be done while still doing the Superman trilogy with this. Honestly, I think she should have had just. I honestly could have seen her working in the first Superman movie, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it would also have benefited her if we saw more of her than just her being drunk.
Again, it makes sense for the character.
Yeah, it obviously she's depressed because her entire race, and planet died. And unlike Clark, she has some context for what that actually means. But you do have to make an effort to make your characters likable. And while her being drunk is vaguely funny, I'm not sure it ever rises to the level of being likable. Because that's the thing. If she was doing like drunk shenanigans that like actually were somewhat funny, that would be one thing. Or if they went entirely the other way and made it a full-on tragic character, that could also like get people on board because sympathy.
To be fair,
But
it's a trailer, so it's probably not trying to show much for some reason. I don't know.
True, but that means the trailer has the same problem as the ending of Superman did, whereby all we're seeing of her is just this kind of this drunk bitch, basically. I also don't necessarily like that Krypto isn't Superman's dog in this universe.
I am fine with it. Honestly, I think it kind of makes more sense that he was the pet of an. I don't know. To me, the idea that a dog gets sent with Superman when he's a baby, I don't know. It never made sense to me. I'll be fully honest.
Yeah, crypto, and the like broader like Kryptonian mythos is always a little weird. Of course, it's even worse in this version because of the whole apparently Luthor didn't edit the message like would have been the sensible
Don't
decision.
don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that.
But yeah, it's always somewhat hard to go into the more zany, Silver Agey parts of the Superman mythos. But if you do them right, it can be done.
I mean, okay. No, you basically said what I was gonna say. Okay, never mind.
Mhm.
Apple pie, right?
Apple pie.
Honestly, I thought we were lucky. But luck, almost by definition, runs out. What can I do?
The Brickens carry the antidote on that person.
Oh, they hurt the dog. Oh fuck. They hurt the dog.
Also, how in the fuck do they hurt the dog, considering that it's a Kryptonian dog with Kryptonian powers?
Well, I think they're on another planet too. So
Right. Like, I know Kara goes to Red Sunned planet so she can get drunk, but she left Crypto with Clark in the first movie, so one
She-
assumes that he has more accumulated solar radiation than she does.
I don't know, man. You're asking me a question I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm watching the same thing you are.
Yeah, I'm pointing this out because under normal circumstances, Kryptonians are literally bulletproof. So how in the fuck do you hurt the dog?
Well,
In this
on
instance?
Earth, but let's be fully honest. Where else if this takes place in? Honestly, I think there was a lot more stuff that can actually hurt Kryptonians when they're out in the wider universe of DC. So
This is also true. It's one of those things of, as compelling as it always is to, have somebody hurt the dog. That's the easiest way to make your villain disreputable, is to make them hurt cute animals. It's a
I
bit
was like-
hard to buy the John Wick scenario when it's Crypto, because it's Crypto.
apple pie.
Apple pie.
He has 3 days.
You cannot give up on me.
It's the crime of the Yellow Hills. He murdered my innocent family.
Just do what.
Okay, I will say that I am more invested now than I was 5 seconds ago, because I don't want anything bad to happen to Crypto. Because cold-hearted I might be, and anti-dog I might be, but cute animals don't deserve anything bad happening to them. Cute animals are cute animals.
Cold-hearted, he says.
I mean, I literally bound myself willingly to the Winter Queen, so yes, categorically cold-hearted. Thank you.
Motherfucker, you've gotten sappy with me like 1,000 times over since we've been
Yes,
friends.
because you are one of the maybe 5 people on this planet that I can tolerate.
Okay? That doesn't sound like cold-hearted motherfucker, so
Given that there are 8 bastarding billion people on this planet and I can only tolerate about 5, that does
Don't-
kind of indicate some things.
yeah, it means you're selective. Doesn't make you cold-hearted though.
No, the fact that I'm cold-hearted makes me cold-hearted. You just don't like me admitting to it for whatever reason, because you have a higher opinion of me than I probably deserve.
You a sappy ass motherfucker. Okay, you just don't want to admit that.
With you and the 5 people that I can tolerate, yes. With everyone else, I
Okay,
frequently
if you were, I'm just saying,
fantasize about going full Dracula on some people.
dude, I'm just saying, if you are truly cold-hearted, then you would not tolerate anyone. So, a part of you is still a sappy-ass motherfucker to tolerate the 4 to 5 people you know. That's all I am saying.
Just to be clear, I know far more than 5 people. I just don't like much more than 5 people. And as I have discovered recently, even the people that I do like, I have to take in very small doses, lest I begin to second guess my my choice to invest in some people. Because as I've mentioned to you, and I can say this because my roommate is not here and therefore cannot object to anything I point out, but as I pointed out to you over text recently, I've really grown to be vastly irritated with people that I'm surrounding myself with here, because they're always constantly trying to wheedle me and change me and shit, and I cannot tolerate it. And to be fair, I also, I guess, to some degree, try to change them a little bit too, and that's annoying as well. But like, god damn it, I'm realizing how little the people that I like actually like me, and frankly that I don't like even the people that I can tolerate. I don't like as much as I wish I did. So again, cold-hearted motherfucker.
I'm still unconvinced.
Yes, because you are one of the people on this planet that I have yet to reach my tolerance threshold with. But that's not me being a non-cold-hearted bastard. That's you being exceptional enough that I can treat you accordingly. Hi,
It might be a different story when we actually hang out. So
It may well be. Like I said, I realized sometime last week that even people I like, I have to tolerate in very short bursts, or otherwise I get to the end of my rope. So it may very well be different if and when we meet up in real life. But until then, you are one of the you are probably the only person on the white list of mine, the 5 people that I can normally tolerate, that hasn't given me cause to fucking desire to stick you in a saw trap yet.
you can certainly try, you crippled bastard.
Oh, someday I might. But until then, you are the one person who I don't want to periodically murder.
I think also the issue is there's been no real momentum for the DCU, really.
Yeah, they're still in the red with regards to people's investment.
Well, okay, that's not entirely what I meant. It's gonna sound weird, but they are taking their time.
Without taking enough of it that they can actually let people have the absence make the heart grow fonder. This is why when the
Okay, hold on, before you overtake the conversation again.
sorry.
No, you're good. You're gonna just making a joke there. What I was gonna say was they're taking so much time in between projects, which is fine in the sense that it gives them time to properly make
but they're also kind of rushing as well at the same time, which is a weird position to kind of be in.
Honestly, I don't even think they're rushing. I think the issue is that they're not. Yeah, it's gonna sound weird. They're not producing it quick enough to keep audiences' attention.
But they're also jumping ahead with the Gunverse quickly enough that people are feeling kind of disoriented as well.
Yeah, like let's be fully honest. When we saw the announcement, it was very disjointed. There was no like real through line for anything.
And we're 4 projects in if we're counting Creature Commandos and Peacemaker, and it still kind of feels like they're just throwing random bullshit at the wall to basically hope that something sticks. This is why, and I know you made fun of me when I said this, what they should have done when the reboot universe, because I personally categorize stuff like Wonder Woman, Shazam, Black Adam, and Aquaman in a different category as I do the Snyderverse. So to me, there have been 2.5 DC universes basically so far in the cinematic universe era. But point being, I remember when I said they should take a decade off and come back in the 2030s to coincide with the 100th year anniversary of DC and actually do a Golden Age set period piece universe. You kind of made fun of me for saying they should lay off for an entire decade. But this is part of the reason why I said that, because I feel like if they had given people time to
Don, I didn't make fun of you. I just said, like, realistically, there's no way they would have done that.
Yeah, but this is one of the reasons why they should have, because instead of
I actually would agree with that, to be fair.
Yeah,
because I think that's actually pretty good marketing, and it gives it time for the things to settle down and kind of them to be sort of, I guess, in the way, trendsetters by the time that rolls around.
Well, yeah, because let's say they had done that. Let's say they had waited a decade. Well, the MCU, let's face it, is on a massive downturn right now. So what if, instead of Superman coming out in 2025, they had waited until well after Doomsday and Secret Wars, because let's face it, the MCU is probably going to crash and burn around that period. Then they give it like 8 years after that to A, get an idea of what direction they actually want to go in, B, give it so that there's, I mean, obviously the superhero genre is still going to be there in the meantime, but no major like cinematic universes are probably going to be there in the meantime. Then they can come out, start strong with Superman in 2038, 100-year anniversary of, original Action Comics #1, start from a Golden Age period piece perspective, which is something that Marvel cannot do, because what they could have done of the Golden Age, they've already done. And most of Marvel's high points were in the Silver Age. And then you do Justice Society, and then do that for a decade, and then that leads into Justice League, and then so on and so on and so on. That would have been the best way of going about it, because it also would have given some time for a lot of the controversies to die down, because a lot of people were very, very salty about the Henry Cavill thing, justifiably, because Henry got shafted multiple times with the DC thing. And also, God only knows how like technology and visual effects could have changed in that decade. So they could have gone even more upscale and even more weird with their Golden Age period piece in this hypothetical. But instead, they decided to not even wait the equivalent of 5 minutes, speed run James Gunn, and now they're throwing everything at the wall to see if something sticks. And
no, again, I agree with you. I'm not gonna. Though, again, if I were to play it from the realistic standpoint of how it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um. Okay, so the Flash came out in 2024, or was it 2023?
2023. 2023 was Flash and Black Adam.
Okay, fuck.
And it was mid 2023 when James Gunn announced everything, which basically undercut everything. The last four.
Okay. What? Sorry, I was getting whiplash from. That's only been 3 years, and yet it feels like fucking.
Ages. Yep, I know.
Okay.
Time is weird.
Okay. Yeah. Well, obviously, I wouldn't have done that because I think it's kind of a similar thing with what they did. How some people had reacted when they announced the Flash movie when the Flash TV series started.
Mm.
That it kind of undercut that.
Mm.
Yeah, I would have waited. I mean, honestly, I would have just announced it after the Flash movie came out and seen how it would have done.
Yeah, that would have been the best thing, because honestly, I genuinely think that if everyone didn't already know that Black Adam didn't matter, Black Adam would have done well.
Yeah.
Like, maybe not as well as the first Aquaman did, but like at least on par with the first.
Well, no, actually, the
Suicide
last quote unquote DCEU movie was Aquaman: The Last Kingdom, right?
Mm.
So probably after that one, I would have
Yeah.
announced.
But yeah, after those four, so we can actually see organically whether Black Adam and Blue Beetle and Aquaman 2 and The Flash can stand on their own merits. And then if nothing changed, if everything still kind of was meh, then you announce the Gunverse.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm actually working from the perspective that I would be sort of in charge of this, even though, like, I know that's very much.
Yeah, of course. This is the hypothetical we always run with. Assuming they listened to us for 5 minutes.
So I probably would have announced it. Blue Beetle went probably mid to late 2025. No, 2024. Sorry.
Mm.
And done a better presentation. Because I'm sorry, like I think I mentioned this before when we did the video, when we reacted to that video. It was so boring.
Yeah, also, instead of doing only the first half of the first phase, tell us what your phase 1 plans
Okay.
are, full stop, please.
Well, okay, so I would do this a little differently, right? Besides making it a lot more visually appealing, like honestly, weirdly enough, I think when they first announced the DCEU, even though I know technically that's not its actual official title, when they did the whole like special presentation on the CW with like Jeff Johns and Kevin Smith talking about each project.
Yeah, that was a much more solid method of outreach.
Yeah, very much some similar to that, maybe a little more.
A little bit more pomp and circumstance, even.
Yeah,
like,
but I, instead of announcing projects, I mean, I would probably announce like the first project, which would first official project, which would have been a movie, which would have been Superman, right?
Mm.
And like keep everything else in the dark, just so like everyone can get a surprise.
Okay.
But I personally would have made an announcement of what specific like comics for the whole basis of the universe. That would be like
basically give people an idea of the lore Bible that we're working with.
Yes. And I've been thinking about this many times, right?
Mm-hmm.
DC's A New Frontier.
Mm.
It's like the primary one. Grant Morrison's Doom Patrol.
Okay.
Well, that and Gerard Way is doing Patrol as well.
Mm-hmm.
All-Star Superman, obviously, because that was a big.
Yeah. That and What's So Funny About True Justice in the American Way are the quintessential Superman stories, pretty much.
Yeah. And I don't know a fifth one, but there would be a fifth one.
I mean, if
Oh no,
we're-
okay, Justice League International. Sorry, it's
Mhm.
yeah.
I
Like
mean,
those.
while we're fixing things that they shouldn't have been stupid enough to break in the first place, get rid of the Netflix Sandman and announce that you're actually doing a Neil Gaiman Superman trilogy of movies. Because speaking of,
You mean Neil Gaiman Sandman?
did I not say Sandman?
You said Superman.
Sorry. Yeah, I misspoke. But yeah, Neil Gaiman's Sandman. Instead of doing a half-assed Netflix adaptation that can't even use the DC references it needs to function,
Can I pitch something? Kind of. Do
Go
you
ahead.
one better than that?
Okay.
What's bigger than a? It's not a full series, but not a mini series, a maxi series
Okay.
called The Endless. Well, yes, it is adapting the Sandman. It is also focusing more on the dynamics between the Endless themselves. You get more influence of the family and stuff.
I
More dynamic.
could see that, except that the first couple episodes are going to need to be dream-centric, so I'm not sure why.
Okay, that's fair, but maybe that coinciding with the Sandman series.
I still think you could definitely do like a mini series focused on Desire, Delirium, Death,
Destiny.
Destiny, and Delirium and Destruction. Like that can definitely be a thing, especially if I still think trilogy, because if you are earnestly going to adapt the Sandman with all the bells and whistles instead of half-assing it the way Netflix did, you're gonna need a blockbuster budget to do that.
Sorry. I think I have an idea on who, and you tell me. Yeah, because you're the Sandman guy here, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's a movie or like a high grade budget like series, either way,
Mm-hmm.
the original showrunners for American Gods.
Yes, that definitely. But like, I know Neil Gaiman disliked them personally, but their style worked very well with his source material.
Well, okay, and I'm
Around.
also of the belief, like I've even done this similar, where like I've pitched an idea for Mark Webb, who did the main Spider-Man movies, to do a Nightwing movie.
I mean, if sky's the limit, if we can cash in whatever chips we want to, I'd really like to see Peter Jackson do a take on Sandman. I think Peter Jackson could really.
Yeah, he's a good choice too. But yeah,
if he did the same kind of scale and the same kind of fidelity to Sandman as he did to Tolkien's mythos, we could really be working with something there.
But oh fuck. Okay, so it was DC's New Frontier, All-Star Superman. What's so funny about Choose Just the American Way?
JLI,
and I'm gonna be honest. Basically, anything Grant Morrison wrote, like in the '80s and '90s.
That too. Also, Vertigo.
I was gonna hold on. To be fair, it was mostly Vertigo stuff he wrote in the '80s and '90s. So
also, James Robinson.
he has a whole like legal thing going on with that, and I'm not really entirely sure we can use much of it.
Well, but we're already, several layers deep in speculation because it's not like it's not like we can wind back the clock. Would that I had the power to wind back the clock and make this the case, but we don't.
But the one I was going to say for like the sixth one was Jack Kirby's New Gods.
Definitely something to work with. Speaking of Grant Morrison and like 90s DC multiversity.
That was 2010s.
Was it?
Yeah.
Shit.
I got the it's good. It's good. I have that. I have that collected.
I think it definitely would be worthy of, lore Bibling.
But be fair, I'm actually more surprised that the New Frontier hasn't been used as a blueprint for like the first phase of DC.
Because Warner Brothers has no idea what they're doing, and they're constantly moving from foot to foot.
But like, okay, but hear me out on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have that as the base, and basically the center threat of the first phase or chapter, whatever we're going to call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is the center, which was the antagonistic Lovecraftian force, cosmic, whatever,
right?
For the New Frontier, which I think one explains why heroes come together, why you get the teams after that, and it also sets up the potential for like the New Gods and like all these other cosmic threats like Starro and stuff.
Yeah. You can start the street level stuff rolling, and also the weirder cosmic side of things as well.
But also, like the New Frontier is also like, for one thing, amazing. I gotta get that actually. Now that I think about it, I don't have that. I need to buy that at some point.
I haven't looked into this particular version, so I will take your word for it.
Well, for one thing, it's written by it's written and drawn by Darwin Cook, and Darwin Cook is always a win. So.
Yeah. I will say that I really like a lot of James Patterson's, or not James Patterson, but James Robinson's work, because he brought a lot of he did to some degree what Neil Gaiman did with his Sandman, which is he brought the Gold and Silver Age stuff to the fore while also doing it in the vein of your sort of more serious Vertigo adjacent DC stuff.
But what I was gonna say is with the New Frontier, it's a good, because it acts as a bridge between the Golden Age and the Silver Age of DC,
which is good and where you'd want to be going. Because I think one of the better ideas we've ever come up with on these brainstorming things that we've gotten into for DC. I love the idea that Clark grew up idealizing the old JSA.
Yeah, and
and maybe that's partly because I grew up on Smallville and they really did the JSA good on Smallville, but that works so well.
But yeah, I think having that kind of like that first one, like the New Frontier, being kind of the basis for the first arc. Actually, let's call it that, right?
Yeah.
The first arc for the DCU is a good way because it helps you, because it does give you the perspective of basically everything going on in the DC universe, like from the street level to the cosmic to the larger than life to even like the political landscape and stuff. Yeah. Which, let's be honest, like I'm not being fully honest, I think DC handles politics
way better than Marvel ever has. Yeah,
because it's not really bound by contemporary time, really.
It's able to do its own thing because it has its own material to work with. But also, and this is just from a marketability standpoint, obviously this is starting over after the Snyderverse and the softcore reboot of the Snyderverse. So having it be DC New Frontier is an excellent branding for we're rebooting the universe, we're starting from scratch, and we're building from the ground up. It works on a marketing and branding level, which as much as it sometimes is annoying that you do have to factor those sorts of things in, you can factor those sorts of things in and still be artistically valid
Right.
if you know what you're doing.
Right, and I would want to keep I do want to keep like I said, Superman would be like the first one, obviously, like the first major project of this universe, because it just simply makes
Because I
sense.
mean, it started with him in Action Comics #1. Even though, and I will point this out again for people
Zatara,
who,
I know.
for whatever reason, think that magic users have no place in superhero comics. Dr. Occult actually came 3 years before Action Comics #1, and Action Comics #1 was also shared with Zatara, but that's moving on.
But I would want to keep the Creature Commandos because I think they're a really cool concept. I just think the issue, like, okay, and I think I pitched this to Dalton once. The guy who did Tuttenstein and Secret Saturdays, because it's the same guy, by the way, would be in charge of that, and it would be more like a Indiana Jones meets Monster Squad kind of like animation.
I need to get Secret Saturdays on physical media at some point.
Yeah, but I found out about that, by the way. The whole, like, the guy who made Tuttenstein also made the Secret Saturdays. Like, that surprised the hell out of me.
Yeah, I mean, if it was possible for a man to be even more a man after my own heart, the idea that both of those came from the same dude, like, I know I don't get into celebrities very much because most celebrities, frankly, just don't deserve it. But that guy, I want to buy that guy a beer because, like, you know the sorts of things we get up to in our comic universes, Brainstormer.
Yeah.
I feel like that guy would be the guy to, like, if we were gonna show Lionhearted and Paragon universe to somebody, I feel like he would be the guy to kind of give feedback on it. Cause
Also, I think, for one thing, I wanted, when we looked at the original, like, concept art that they had, I like those designs better. You know that picture we saw of the Creature Commandos?
yeah,
That have more pulpy design, more like
actually wanted to go more full comic booky.
yeah. But yeah, like how I would pitch Creature Commandos, which would probably be like a 13 episode season rather than the 6 we got.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it'd be Indiana Jones meets Monster Squad.
Which just sounds cool. And again, if you're getting the guy who gave us both Tuttenstein and
That's also the thing, is like he wanted to make cartoons that were both entertaining but educational as well.
And he succeeded twice over. Well
Yeah.
done, sir. And again, like I said, given the sorts of things we do when left to our own devices with Lionhearted and Paragon universe, I feel like that guy is cut from a very similar cloth, at least to myself.
With that, like the way I was thinking it, if you get that guy to be like the showrunner or creator of that project, right? It's a good way to introduce people to the more supernatural side of DC early on.
Yeah, the weird sort of pulpy supernatural side of things. Because, well, I mean, we know he can do supernatural / otherworldly superhero shit because that's what the Secret Saturdays was. And we know he can do deeper mythology because that's what Tuttenstein was and is.
I'd argue Secret Saturdays as well with that.
Well, yeah, but with Secret Saturdays, it's more the sort of paranormal, unexplained side of things, and with Tuttenstein, it's more explicitly mythology.
Also, granted, he did give us Doc and Drew Saturday, which is one of the only like positive, non-toxic animated couples
Mm-hmm.
in cartoon in my knowledge of cartoons growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ron and Cam, but that's Disney, so
I really kind of wish that we had gotten a Secret Saturday spinoff that actually was Vivi Argos Weird World, because, like,
oh, he was such a good villain too. Like,
well, yeah, but also, like, everything we've seen on Secret Saturdays about Vivi Argos Weird World, if that show actually existed, it would be my jam so hard.
yeah. But I'm sorry, like, for one thing, Viva Argos, fantastic, like, just villain. Like, he is such a classic pulp style villain
Yeah,
with the monologues, the theatrics.
and the like upper crust like British eccentricities and shit. And
It's
yeah.
just, it's fun. Like, he's a James Bond villain, but also like the Crypt Keeper combined. And
Yeah, he works on so many levels. I also I remember prior to Secret Saturdays actually coming out, there were live action trailers for it
yeah,
sh-
that was a whole marketing campaign too. Like, that was fantastic. I
that
remember that.
showed cryptids like in a live action format. I really wish I know Secret Saturdays was nowhere near as big as Ben 10, but I really wish it had gotten popular enough so that we could do a live action Secret Saturdays movie, because I mean
I feel like
it clearly already had those sorts of sensibilities given the live action trailers we got for it. So
I feel like it would have to be more expensive than the Ben 10 movies, ironically.
well, yeah, because
It has
you'd have to
such
do
a
a lot more. You'd have to do a lot more creature designs and shit.
well, no, not only that, but just the whole style of everything because it's a lot more
It's a lot
you
more out there.
know, well, pulpy kind of adventure, and those things get really like like in jungles and stuff, and like the ancient.
I know I'm like the only person on Earth who has who remembers this in a positive way. But you remember during the like live action era of Cartoon Network, the show Unnatural History?
I don't think I saw one. I remember watching Level Up. I really liked that one.
I really liked Unnatural History a lot. Unnatural History, it kills me that show only got one season, and I can never fucking find it on physical media. I really want that show on physical media. Speaking of shows that I want to get on physical media, because god damn
But
it, I want to get Secret Saturdays and Tuttenstein on physical media
but
as well.
back to DCU.
Mhm.
Yeah, like again, legitimately, it just to me, it makes sense. For one
Yeah.
thing, yeah, I think just legitimately, the best idea you could have gone with is like, yeah, like you said, like logically, I think waiting a few years after the final like Snyderverse film was released,
So that
like
the
at least
controversies can blow over, and so that you can spend time figuring out, okay, how in the fuck do we want to do this?
yeah, like I'd say at least 2 years, right?
Yeah. Anyway, we need to apple
Yeah.
pie at some point because we have a whole
Yeah.
other trailer to do.
That one I'm more excited for.
Apple pie.
Apple pie.
What I say. And don't die. This does not look like this is gonna end well for you guys.
Stop. You're hurting my head.
Jason Momoa as Lobo.
As much as I am annoyed they keep like repurposing things from the previous DC's like Geist, I do think this is a better fit for Jason Momoa. I kind of wish he had always been Lobo. Don't get me wrong, he did well as Aquaman, and I think he personally went a long way to making a lot of the Aquaman jokes finally fucking stop. because people realized how badass Aquaman actually is.
I do wish he could have been able to play a little more serious at times, but
Yeah.
for all things
Although,
serious,
although to be fair, I think DC at the point that Aquaman came out desperately needed brightening up. So I'm glad
no, that's fair. I'm just saying, like, some. Well, actually, no.
there
in the
was
first
probably a
Aquaman.
happy medium they could have struck, and they
In the first Aquaman, there was actually a pretty good balance of the seriousness and the comedic.
Mm.
This
I don't think it's coincidence that the first Aquaman is the one that does or did the best financially within the DCEU.
Yeah, I think it was just.
And I genuinely think that if DC didn't shoot themselves in the foot, Black Adam could have easily been another $1 billion, but they shot themselves in the foot, and so
Well, I
I
also
will
think.
forever be salty about what could have been with regards to that universe.
Yeah. Anyway,
Apple pie.
Revenge. It won't take your pain away.
I'll be honest. This feels like it really should have just been the first trailer, because I feel like this sets a better tone than, I guess, the intergalactic trotting the first one had.
Mm.
This
And
actually.
if this had been their opening piece, they would have had 2 more trailers to play with to flesh things out more.
Yeah, this feels more like, well, this gives you a better idea of the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first one felt more of a romp than anything.
Yeah.
Apple pie.
Apple pie.
Your eyes are beautiful when you cry. A lot of pain, a lot of suffering.
That is an interesting trait to give a villain.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen that. That is a different kind of sadism, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Does that count as sadism, or?
I am not sure, to be honest with you.
Like, he enjoys watching people cry to see the pain in their eyes.
Yeah, that probably qualifies as sadism.
Because he's not actually harming them, well, physically at least, as most generally sadists are depicted.
Because physical pain heals the kind of pain.
Don, you're super quiet.
Sorry, I'm slightly away from the phone mic that he demanded attention. But what I was saying was the kinds of physical pain that normally gets inflicted by Satan tends to heal. The kind of emotional and psychological pain from things that make you cry like that probably never will.
You're still quiet, by the way.
Hmm. Sorry. My boy is demanding attention, and I can't say no.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a very interesting type of sadism I've never seen depicted before. Usually it's very much, the physical torment.
The over
Mixed
the top physical pain thing.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some, like Ramsay Bolton on Game of Thrones did do psychological torture, but it was always implemented through physical torture.
Yeah,
So,
it's almost a cliche at that point.
oh, it absolutely is, yeah. So this is somewhat, it's weird to say, it is refreshing in a way. All right. Apple pie?
Apple pie.
There's no home without you, buddy.
Aren't you the ditz from that dive bar?
And apple pie?
Apple pie.
That dive bar?
Funny. That's what I've been calling you.
Touche.
Well, since Jason Momoa is having fun,
Well, to be fair, Jason Momoa is very good at having fun. He even manages to convey a tiny amount of personality in the Denis Villeneuve Dune culture fun.
well, he's naturally charismatic and fun guy. So,
Yeah.
give me a second. I'm loading the next one.
I am dealing with a lap cat. My baby has decided to lay in my lap, and so I am having to deal with that. He's pretty big.
Now I'm just thinking, I probably would replace Peacemaker with another series.
Mm.
Then again, well, it's weird. I love John Cena as Peacemaker.
Yeah,
Is it-
definitely the right casting for the role.
I think
Though
surprising.
I think he would have made a better Shazam than Zachary Levi.
Well, he's Peacemaker, so yeah, kind of. Also, apparently, like the thing that just genuinely surprised me is that he's actually a very talented actor.
Mm.
Like, most. Well, to be fair, I have seen, Dave Bautista, who was a former wrestler and is also like a fantastic actor. Like, seriously. Like those two have really surprised me as how well they are at acting.
Mm. Have you ever seen Princess Bride?
Yeah, Andre the Giant. I'm just talking like modern wrestlers.
That role was made for him because apparently he just genuinely was that kind of gentle giant sort of dude, which is kind of adorable.
Yeah. All right. The official trailer for Masters of the Universe. This has genuinely been the most surprising of the properties that are being like live action rebooted.
I mean, it's Travis Knight, and I mean, he did make the best of all the Transformers movies.
Well, Transformers 1 was pretty good.
Pretty good, yes, but was it as good as Bumblebee? Because I don't know if I would say that.
I would say both are pretty good. I think the issue is the marketing for Transformers 1 because that fucked it over so much.
It It did. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying, I think Travis Knight still has the belt for best thing in the Transformers movie IP.
That's going to disagree. But yeah, no. Be fair. Again, because I didn't know it was Travis Knight when I first watched it by myself. It was the first like teaser trailer by myself, right?
Mm.
And then rewatching it on stream, I actually got more invested in it. And then when we looked up, information about it, like I looked up information about it. So yeah, I'm excited for this one.
I mean, there's a reason why Travis Knight is one of the 3 directors that I would want involved in a Dr. Fate movie. My ideal Dr. Fate movie is co-directed and co-written by Joe Johnston of Rocketeer and first Captain America fame, Travis Knight of Master of the Universe and Bumblebee fame, and Paul King of Paddington and Wonka fame. Those
okay.
3 working together, I think, could genuinely do a decent Dr. Fate.
Okay, for me, if I were to just pick Travis Knight, right, for a DC property, well, I think it's 3. If we're just talking straight up movies, right? First one, New Gods. Like I'm talking pure adaptation of Jack Kirby's original New Gods run.
Oh yeah, he could Jack Kirby with he could Jack Kirby.
Well, okay. Well, I actually hold on. Let's save.
Here. I haven't seen something this Kirby-esque since Ragnarok.
I'd make an argument for Robert Rodriguez and like Spy Kids.
Well, yeah, Robert Rodriguez will always be my first choice for anything Jack Kirby.
Yeah,
but
for
whatever reason, Robert Rodriguez was busy, or he said no, or the studio demanded a bigger director. Travis Knight.
Oh yeah.
What would be excellent is if we could get them to work together, because those 2 playing off of each other could do fucking incredible things.
Right. So okay. So it's New Gods first. Like again, original Jack Kirby run. To be very specific, because I know there are a few runs of New Gods, right?
Yeah.
Then it's Doom Patrol.
Also good.
But I'm going to be very specific. The Gerard Way Young Animal imprint Doom Patrol run.
Fair.
I know we usually go Grant Morrison, which I have read, by the way, which is good. But I think Gerard Way's like
run with Grant Morrison.
But Gerard Way's Doom Patrol really goes weird, and I think Travis Knight could work that so well.
Yeah,
especially how colorful it is too.
Yeah. And what's the third one?
That's kind of a toss-up, because I was gonna say Grant Morrison's Animal Man, and this one's a little more conventional. But what the fuck is it called? Fuck, I'm just...
Describe it. Yeah, I can help.
It's not. Fuck Christ! I just had it. It was right there.
My only reservation with regards to Animal Man would be Animal Man goes very existential, and I'm not saying that Travis Knight can't go existential. I just know he hasn't yet.
That's actually pretty fair.
And I wouldn't want to make him step too far out of his comfort zone if he's not comfortable with it, kind of thing.
I'm sure it'll come back to me, but I can't remember it right now.
Alrighty. But in any case, by the power of Grayskull.
I know most of you don't remember me, but I know all of you.
I mean, it's something obvious that frequently gets overlooked, and so it might sound like we're damning it with faint praise when we say this, but there are people, apparently, who still remember how to use color effectively.
Yeah. So also respect that they have him in a pink shirt because Prince Adam, wore pink.
Yeah, always pink in the 80s version.
Yeah. No, every version's Adam. Every version's basically Adam in pink.
I don't remember seeing him in pink much in the 2002 version.
To be fair, I haven't watched that one in a while, so my memory might be faded on that. But
I am hoping that they do at least a few references to the 2002 version, because, I mean, yes, it's nostalgia because I grew up on that one, but also, unlike the current crop of reboots of things, I genuinely feel like the early 2000s action cartoon era improved on various 80s IP, whether it be the 2003 Ninja Turtles, or whether it be the 2011 Thundercats, or whether it be the 2002 He-Man. I think you can genuinely I think you can genuinely make the argument that we took what were basically glorified toy ads in the 80s and made them something genuinely kind of three-dimensional and awesome.
Oh fuck! I'm still so depressed about 2011 Thundercats.
Well, silver lining, at least they didn't end up going ahead with Thundercats Roar. At least the reaction to the trailer was so terrible that they shelved it. Because I can't imagine watching what they would have done with Thundercats Roar actually happen would have done to you.
I also want to point out, I was vaguely familiar with Thundercats before 2011 Thundercats because I watched some on cassette or VHS. Right. Sorry, not cassette, VHS. Yeah. Or I actually got a chance to read a storybook too. But 2011 Thundercats was basically my introduction. And holy cow.
Yep. Again, I know obviously nostalgia blinders are a thing, but I genuinely feel like the late Gen X through millennial period that took the 80s toy commercial shows and made them three-dimensionally serious action cartoons genuinely improved on the source material in a way that you cannot.
By Lion-O.
Go ahead.
I was going to say Lion-O in 2013, 2011. One sec. Sorry, I'll be away for a sec.
But while he's away, I will finish what I was saying. I genuinely feel like the millennial take on 80s shows or 80s IPs was so much better and more respectful than the 2010s, the mid to late 2010s approach. If you can genuinely sit there and tell me that that Thundercats 2011 isn't better than what Thundercats Roar probably would have been, or that the Glen Arakami Teen Titans is not somehow better than Teen Titans Go, or that the 2002 He-Man isn't better than either the Kevin Smith version or the She-Ra version from Netflix, then I'm sorry, but you're not a serious person. Like, I understand that the Gen Xers of the 80s will always have a bias in favor of their versions of these things. But I feel like if a massive fan of the 80s Ninja Turtles watched the 2003 Ninja Turtles, or a massive fan of 80s He-Man watched 2002 He-Man, or '80s Thundercats fan watched 2011 Thundercats, the one thing you cannot say is that it's not a meaningful improvement on the source material, or that it's not respecting the source material, because all three of those at least arguably improved on their source material and definitely respected their source material. Whereas stuff like Thundercats Roar, Netflix She-Ra, Kevin Smith He-Man, etc., do not respect their source material at all, and actively reverse a lot of the good things that the millennialization action cartoon orientation did. And again, I know that's what every generation says to some degree, but if you can genuinely sit there and tell me that you don't think 2002 He-Man, 2003 Ninja Turtles, and 2011 Thundercats going full serious action cartoon with that source material, if you can honestly tell me you don't think it improved it, then I'm sorry, but I am going to have to suggest that you're biased too much in favor of the 80s version, because it wasn't disrespectful. It did genuinely improve on the source material, and it did make genuine improvements to the source material that I think even a lot of Gen Xers will admit that stuff like the 2003 Ninja Turtles, the 2002 He-Man, and the 2011 Thundercats improved on the source material in ways that Thundercats Roar, Netflix She-Ra, and Kevin Smith He-Man never did and never will. And in many ways just kind of hit the reverse switch on all those IPs. In the same way that I think even the most diehard
I remember with
fan will not be able to say
Oh.
with a straight face that the
Hello?
Yeah, welcome back. But in the same way.
Yeah, sorry, I had to help.
Go ahead.
Can I? Is there a delay when I'm talking, or
There may be. It might be StreamYard being an asshole, but go ahead.
I was just gonna say I was helping old member of my family with an internet problem. I'll tell you more about it after the stream, Don, if you want.
Yeah, the old boomerism. But anyway.
Yeah. But I was fuck. I was gonna. What was it? Damn it. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
Huh?
You were going to say a thing?
Oh no. Well, it was a fun fact I learned. Apparently, regarding why He-Man or Adam was both sent to Earth and why his last name's Glenn. Because we talked about that last trailer when we were discussing why that is. So apparently his mom is a NASA astronaut that arrived on Eternia, and her last name's Glenn.
Okay, that's a neat little reference.
That's from the actual. For the record, that's from the original whole thing, by the way.
Really?
Yep.
Interesting.
Didn't know that. I learned that in between.
I did not know that either. I don't think it ever came up in the 2002 version.
I don't think it. Well, to be fair, most of his adventures are tied to Eternia, and he never visits Earth, to my knowledge.
Yeah,
really.
I assumed he was just an Eternia native.
Well, he is technically. He's just a half breed, I guess.
Yeah, half Earthling.
Huh.
6 degrees of separation between Alpha Lothrop and Atom of Eternia. Who knew?
Well, that also. Well, then I guess also the was it 80s or 90s movie with Dolph Lundgren?
I think 80s, but it might have been 90s. But yeah,
Kind of makes sense now too that he went to Earth.
no, it still doesn't make any sense.
I'm trying to make a joke here, man. Come on.
I know, but this shall not pass. The Dolph Lundgren movie makes no fucking sense, and doesn't even try to.
Cringer looks fine.
He does. He looks good. I'm hoping we get to see him in his Battle Cat form at some point.
Not in this trailer, but
But
Uh,
but I mean, in the movie, probably whenever.
no, yeah, no, I know what you mean. I'm just saying, like, they don't show it here.
Whenever Adam takes the He-Man mantle back, presumably he'll do what he always does and donate a little bit of it to Cringer, and we'll get Battle Cat.
But I love how like fantasy everything, like how like just stylized everything is too. You know,
It's almost
It's
like
just-
stylization is an important element of visual storytelling or something, you cunt. Sorry.
yeah. All right. Um, Grayskull.
By the power of Grayskull.
Even though I was stuck light years away on Earth, I never stopped trying to get back home.
I remember someone pointing this out too. Like, it's cool. It's kind of a nice inversion of the trope that he's not from Earth and is being summoned like a chosen one thing. He's actively like, you know, he's a man of this world trying to come back so he can help it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, it's nice that.
If that's the route they go, I assumed, and I'm still assuming based on what you just said there, that Skeletor found some means to banish him here to get him away from.
Well, no, he was sent away. It was shown both in this and in the original trailer that he was sent away by his mom.
Mm-hmm.
And given the context I just gave about his mom being an astronaut, she probably could send him back via the rocket she came here on, or some type of spacecraft.
That is one way. I always assumed Eternia was another dimension, though, so I assumed dimensional portals were involved somewhere.
It said light years away on Earth, so I assume planet.
I'm not entirely convinced yet, but I have faith in Travis Knight, and it looks good.
It said light. How the fuck? Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm not gonna argue semantics with you because you're not gonna change your mind. I'm not gonna change your mind. Let's just move on. Even though it literally contradicts. Sorry. Grayskull?
By the power of Grayskull.
Everything changed since you left.
It's all gone. Skeletor took my family. And he destroyed our world.
I'm invested.
And again, I'm a broken record on this, but it's because it's so often neglected. The way the aesthetic adds to the storytelling. Take notes, the rest of Hollywood, god damn it.
Well, that, and I think you can also just kind of feel the heart involved with this.
Yeah. People, presumably primarily Travis Knight, who were interested in making this movie, actually put the effort in to make this movie because they wanted to, because they thought that the source material deserved that kind of fidelity.
But it also like it. While it does feel like it's paying good attention to the source material, it doesn't feel like it's adhering to it. You know, like
What do you mean?
it's adapting it. Like it's doing its own thing, but still being respectful. You know, it's not like how a lot of these kind of things go.
Mm.
How to best put this? It's not being cynical jackasses about adapting the material.
It's not being subversive.
Thank you. Like it's 100% earnest and sincere about this stuff. Like
Again,
it's plain.
it feels like this was made by people who genuinely believe that the He-Man source material deserves this kind of fidelity. I
Yeah.
desperately wish we could live in a world where the people in charge of every pop culture IP gave this much of a shit about the IPs that they were working with. Instead of people
Okay. I'm sorry. I just remembered the third DC thing for Travis Knight. Legion of Superheroes.
He'd do really well with Legion. I want to see what his version of Brainy would look like.
I feel like he'd be the main character, to be fair.
Yeah, Brainy being you basically have two options for Legion of Superheroes. You either make Brainy the main character or you make Superman X the main character.
You know, he was actually created just for the cartoon.
Yeah.
Good character though. I'm honestly more surprised he was
Although
never
in most versions of Legion of Superheroes, they do the temporally displaced version of Superboy thing.
No, yeah, I know that, but Superman X was such an interesting character. And I kind of wish he was
Yeah.
from the 41st millennium.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, Mon-El always kind of takes the place of Superman in the 31st millennium, but
but in short, you really only have two options with a Legion of Superheroes movie. You either make Brainy the main character, or you make the temporally displaced Superboy the main character.
Also, I feel like it's kind of a given. Not a given, but while I do think Travis Scott would do his homework with like reading the original run or like runs of the Legion of Superheroes, I think he would also take a lot of inspiration from the cartoon.
Yeah, the WB TV show that we both grew up on.
That had no right being as good as it did.
What I also love is that it kind of softcore still adheres to the Paul Dini Bruce Timm aesthetic as well, because they brought back the main voice actor for Brainiac in the Paul Dini Bruce Timm DC animated universe when they did the arc in season 2 when Brainy has to unlock his repressed programming and shit.
Yeah.
So in theory, at least, you could make the argument that it's actually canon to the Paul Dini Bruce Timm verse.
Yeah, but I definitely like if Travis Knight was making it, I really could see Brainiac 5 being the main character.
Honestly, the best option is you have both Superboy and Brainy as the main characters. You basically do a buddy cop movie, or a buddy show, buddy movie, because it is usually, and in the Legion of Superheroes show I grew up with, we both grew up with, it is Brainy's idea to bring Clark into the Legion. So, like having Brainy as the nerd, and then having Clark kind of as the lovable jock character, it could work so well, and having the movie basically revolve around their friendship. which
Yeah.
which has the potential to be particularly interesting because depending on when this version of Clark becomes aware of Brainiac and how much a version of Brainiac plays into this Superman's story arc, you could do some really interesting things with Clark's. Clark has, as we both know, an innate desire to see the best even in his villains. Like, he desperately wants his villains to just stop being evil and go good. So imagine how much more effort he would put into trying to make Brainiac see the error of his ways and go good when he knows that Brainiac's grandson, for lack of a better word, is essentially one of his best friends, if we're again playing with the kind of budding friendship as the basis for the emotional part of the story thing.
For if DCU wise, how I would do Brainiac, right? I mean, they are going to do Brainiac, but like story wise,
yeah,
it's a mix of DCAU like origin for Brainiac.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it would be the DCAU Brainiac because I feel like that's the the best version.
The DC animated universe got it so right the first time that there's no real need to mess with it at that point.
Well, I think just having him connected to Krypton like that. Honestly, okay, weirdly enough, I know I've said I didn't really like My Adventures with Superman. But I've looked into it, and their version of Brainiac is actually super interesting because he was a war machine, like a AI built for war. Because Krypton was at war with an alien species, I believe the Thanagarians. And he destroyed Krypton because Jor-El was leading secret peace talks, and Brainiac was only designed for war, and he was scared of
them obsolete if they got peace.
Yeah. So.
But like, I'm sorry, my brain is it keeps playing with this like tragic element of like Clark's relationship with the first Brainiac in light of his experiences with Brainiac 5. Imagine if at the end of whatever storyline with Brainiac Prime, you see Clark finally realize he has to do what he doesn't want to do and destroy Brainiac Mark 1. And as Brainiac is dying, you might even see him like begging for his life or something, and then Clark could say something to the effect of, like, I wanted so much more for you, but I know that there's a part of you worth saving. And then what if the reason there is a Brainiac 5 in the Legion timeline is because instead of destroying Brainiac completely, he saves a piece of him and takes it back to the fortress.
Yeah, I can see it. But yeah, my Travis Knight DCU or DC movies list is basically adapting Jack Kirby's New Gods run.
Basically, what it sounds like you want to do is do with Travis Knight what Marvel was going to do with James Gunn and Cosmic Marvel, like have him in charge of the Kirby corner, essentially, of DC.
yeah, I just given what we're seeing here with Master of the Universe and what we saw with Bumblebee, sci-fi like adventure, high concept does seem to be kind of his wheelhouse when he's working with live action properties.
Especially if, and this would be like the ideal of all ideal universes, but imagine a world where we could get Travis Knight and Robert Rodriguez to work together on this stuff.
Mhm. But honestly, with the Doom Patrol thing, I actually would love to see him do it like as stop motion, given all his work at Leica.
Yeah, that would be cool. A stop motion Doom Patrol. Yeah, that has potential to be really fucking awesome. Anyway,
Yeah, we talked long enough.
Skull.
Also, I appreciate that they're actually using like, the actual score, pretty much, than like some song.
Instead of doing the like pop music medley thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So my fault. I know how it feels to fail. Take the smartest. And when you fall, that's your chance to stand tall.
Dude, it's so good. I'm just like, I got nothing else to say right now.
Again, it works. It works on so many levels. And again, we shouldn't be surprised. This is Travis fucking Knight, for God's sake. But
I don't know, like, I've seen some people not liking this or say this is going to be bad. I don't know what
they're on.
Yeah.
I don't like. I know, like, I of all people know what it's like to be a little bit punch drunk, and a little bit disheartened, and not wanting yourself to believe that something can be good. But I don't see why people. I don't see why people are so hard on this.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest. Like financially, this might make just about its budget. Like because kind of similar to how Travis Knight's Bumblebee kind of worked. But people are gonna like this.
People make more because people know and remember Bumblebee as much as they do. Like
No, but what I'm saying is, even if it doesn't make its budget or it's a little under that, people are gonna love this. Like like Bumblebee. That's what I'm saying.
When is this coming out? Because I'm trying to figure out whether it has any major competition or not. Because if it doesn't have any major competition, this could do really well.
I looked this up not too long ago, but let me look it up again. June 5th. I think there's something in...
So this comes out in early June. It's basically the first summer movie. And I'm trying to think of anything else that comes out in June that could potentially...
I'm looking up right now. Well, Supergirl
comes out 20th, I think. Right?
Fucking internet. Hold on. Yeah, June 26th.
Okay, so that basically gives this movie 3 weeks to be at the top of the box office, unless there are any other major releases in June that I'm forgetting.
Well, there's... Well, Scary Movie 6 is on the same day.
But then again, I don't think that's gonna steal. Those aren't the same audience. Those are two different audiences.
I mean, I'm in both audiences, mind you, but
Right, but you
I'm
you
me.
get what I mean. There's
No, I
there's
know.
nothing
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Look, you asked what else was around the time. I'm giving you information on that. That's
Yeah.
all.
But I don't think there's anything for those like 3 weeks that's really gonna eat away at much of this movie's audience. I don't think.
All right,
I
Graceful.
mean, I guess it depends on how positively the thing is reviewed, but a lot of people have a lot of positive regard for Bumblebee. So
Graceful.
by the power of Grayskull.
I'm fucking in. I'm sorry. It's like that's all I can say.
I have faith in Travis Knight. There aren't
I
many
think
people
what
in
kind of
Hollywood I
sold.
do still have faith in, but I do have faith in Travis Knight.
I think the thing that also kind of sold me with just that climax of the trailer was when he was doing the "I have power" scene. Behind him in the smoke was the silhouette of Castle Grayskull forming.
Which just works. It works on, and it does feel suitably epic. It's not perfunctory, because I could see there's someone else would make a version of this where the transformation was basically perfunctory, but this is not that version. This version understands how epic in universe that is supposed to be.
Well, okay, it's just like with the original transformation sequence, Castle Grayskull was always behind them. But given that, it's like that was just like a stock image. But here they made it part of the environment in that it showed in silhouette behind him in a wall of smoke. They didn't have to do that.
That's
But the
a,
fact that they
that's an
took
attention to detail and a bit of fan
exactly,
service that maybe not only somebody who knew what they were doing would know, but it is a sign that they are making they're going out of their way to make nods to those little things,
yeah.
and that does matter.
But yeah, you're right. It does feel like suitably epic. It doesn't feel like they're not like
It's
there's no.
the easiest and most straightforward way of doing it is basically like the Shazam thing. You just have the transformation and then go from there. But this this feels like something that should be important. And if you're gonna make a He-Man thing, you do have
And
to come. It's like if you do a Power Rangers thing. If you do a Power Rangers thing and the morphing sequence is not badass, then you have fucked up somewhere.
oh no, we start on 27. No, not doing that. Also want to pull respect that they actually kept with the original costume as well.
Mm.
They didn't try to like armor him up or anything like that.
Mm.
So major respect.
Which means that there will be the inevitable gay jokes, because there were the inevitable gay jokes in the original 80s show. So, but that being as it may, I get eye candy, so y'all can go fuck yourself.
Well, to my understanding, it's always been like he's kind of a mix of Conan the Barbarian and God, what's that? It's like a superhero. I can't remember. It'll come to me when I remember it. Or
Mhm.
yeah, this all just feels like grand. It just it's all
Someone
played
is
for
put-
straight, and it doesn't feel out of place.
Someone is putting in the effort and keeping the colorful comic booky Saturday morning cartoon aesthetic, but also taking it seriously like people who give a damn about the source material would.
Yeah. Grayskull?
My only concern is I really hope all this cool shit is not just confined to the third act. I really hope that the movie gets him to Eternia as quickly as they can do without shortchanging the story. Because
I
obviously you need to spend some time on Earth to show the contrast. But I'd be really annoyed if all this cool shit was just in the third act.
I don't think it's in the third act. At the very least, I think the first half of the first act is on Earth.
What would be ideal is like if he gets transported back to Eternia in like the end of the third act or first act, and then the second and third acts are him
Hey,
refamiliarizing
Don,
himself
can
with
I?
Eternia
Hey,
and getting
Don,
him
I need to point this out to you because I've done editing like this.
Mhm.
The fact that most of the footage seems to take place on Eternia, and it all seems to be showing things like if you were talking specifically third act, it would just be all action. There was not all action here.
True.
So
So if we're lucky, there'll be enough time on Earth in the first act to contrast Earth and Eternia, and then second and third act will both be on Eternia doing Eternia things.
I'm gonna say that it's gonna be like the first half of the first act.
Most
So like
likely.
roughly
A little bit like in Tron Legacy, how like the midpoint of the first act was him getting zapped into
I would say like maybe the first 30, maybe 40 minutes on Earth.
yeah, depending on how long this movie is, because I don't know if this movie is gonna be like an hour 30 or if it's gonna be like 2 hours 30.
Hold on. Um,
Because it could really go either way. I would lean more in the direction of the second one because I like longer movies that go deeper in depth, but that's just me.
okay, 2 hours.
Okay.
Although it's based on early test screening reports, so take that with a grain of salt.
Okay. But that's enough time that yeah, you can spend a half an hour on Earth and it's not gonna hurt anything. If it was like
Well, to be
if it
fair,
was
how
like
long?
an
Well,
hour 30, then I'd get really kind of anal retentive about it wasting an entire half an hour. But if it's
that's fair.
2 hours or more, then yeah, we have enough time to spare that you can spend some time on Earth, and it doesn't need to shortchange anything.
Grayskull?
By the power of Grayskull.
The universe shall quake in my shadow.
This is my home. I'm gonna fight for it. But I can't do it without you.
Somebody wants to brawl.
I need every man, woman, or whatever that is.
Yeah, I get that. I don't know what else to say. Like, just genuinely fun and all.
I hope this is as good as it looks and as good as it has the potential to be under Travis Knight.
Grayskull. Also, well, I'll talk a little bit more when we get to hear more of his voice. But again, I don't like Jared Leto as a person, but him playing Skeletor, pretty good so far.
Like, Jared Leto is precisely who you want if you want a straight up Saturday morning cartoon villain. And in this particular instance, that is precisely what we need.
All right. Grayskull?
By the power of Grayskull.
You may have the power, but you're too scared to use it. Trust me, I know how to use it.
I kind of figured this was going to be the voice that we're going to go with because he has to be intimidating and like villainous.
Yeah, the little like squeaky voice he had in the 80s probably wouldn't be quite like I know I sing the praises of the 2002 version a lot when it comes to He-Man, but they did a better job at making him genuinely intimidating in the 2002 version.
And again, I've only seen clips of it, but the CGI animated one that came out a few years ago,
Which I still
that
need to watch at some point.
yeah, it's good too. It's good too. Benjamin Diskin, he would be a voice actor I think you've heard of before, or like heard the voice of before. I don't know. I can't remember what specific.
Don't know.
I can't remember the specific. Can I fucking? I can't remember any specific projects off the top of my head, but he has the higher pitched voice, but can still be pretty intimidating when he's playing Skeletor. So he also has like a lot of personality too. So, but yeah, I kind of figured with that. Although it does have kind of a higher pitch, not in like the cartoony, but more of a aristocratic, British kind of posh. Yeah, very posh.
I said pop, but yeah.
What? I'm sorry, I can't hear it. I can't hear you.
I said fop.
I don't know what that is.
Oh dear. Well, suffice it to say, if you were one, you would know what that word means. But that's never mind. Well,
Okay, but yeah, it sounds good in terms of a voice for Skeletor.
and again, most of the time, Jared Leto's more like character actory, like method acting vibes don't really work. Well, with Skeletor, I think it actually might benefit him.
But also, he looks really good, right? Like, I'm not the only one who thinks that.
Yeah, no, it works. It definitely works. Again, it's a matter of getting the right role for the right actor.
Well, no, it's just like the blue skin. Like they're not hiding it. They're like really,
They're not shying away from the sort. It's like the interview segment we read from Travis Knight. He said that they originally wanted to have the skull just be a mask, and he was like, "No, fuck that. We're doing it the right way."
I wonder if they're gonna bring up that Skeletor is the uncle of He-Man.
Probably. If the they're probably gonna basically Vader it.
That still genuinely surprised me. I never knew that until very relatively recently.
Mm.
Because the only other time I've seen that kind of connection between a hero and villain is Ted Kord, Blue Beetle, and his uncle Jarvis.
Mm.
Anyway, Grayskull?
By the power of Grayskull.
everyone that you're from another planet. It just makes you sound a little very crazy.
I mean, given how built he is, there are worse explanations for how someone working in essentially an office job got back.
Yeah, this is it's just like genuine fun, dude. Like I almost get
Again,
Guardians of the Galaxy vibe, but like not James Gunn Guardians of the Galaxy, if that makes sense.
Again, that's why I said it gives me Thor Ragnarok vibes.
And funny enough, it doesn't really have those Marvel tisms that other movies like this have
It
tried
doesn't
to
need to
emulate.
clip every 5 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
It lets the
Well, to be fair, okay. Well, given that Travis Knight was like one of the, given that Travis Knight was one of the founders of Leica and worked basically was director for pretty much all the movies. I think he understands the importance of dramatic weight and pathos.
Which, I mean, given knowing that now, I didn't know that until recently. Knowing that now, it makes sense why Bumblebee ended up being as wholesome as it was. If this is the guy they tap usually more often than not, where Leica is concerned, then yeah, I'm not surprised this guy knows how to do wholesome.
You know what? I think you're right, though. I could see him adapting James Robinson's Starman, like really well.
Yeah, it would. Again, the ideal Dr. Fate movie scenario would be Joe Johnston, Paul King, and Travis Knight working together.
Oh, could you imagine him being the one who made the Star Wars the sequel trilogy?
Dude.
I could just imagine him actually adapting like the Thrawn trilogy. Actually,
somewhere out there in the multiverse, there is a better way, and I am very envious of those fuckers. You're welcome, you bastards. We suffered so that you may not have to.
yeah, I could honestly, I really could see him adapting like the Thrawn trilogy really well.
I'm curious what, like, if this is as good as Bumblebee was. I'm curious. I'll basically end up putting Travis Knight in the same category I put Michael Dougherty in, whereby basically anything he's directly involved with, I will be game for, just because, like, God,
Oh
yeah.
my god! Now I'm also like okay. He's done Transformers. He's done Masters of the Universe. I kind of want to see him do Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Would also like to see that, yes. And because I know this will probably make your brain explode, Thundercats.
Yeah, I could see it. The thing is, I think he would be adapting more.
Is he
What's up?
also involved in Wildwood?
I would imagine so. Hold on.
Because we might find ourselves in a world where the
Yeah, he's directing it.
yeah, we might find ourselves in a world where 2 of the top 5 movies in 2026 are Travis Knight's.
He's only 52.
I would have thought he was younger, actually. But then again, I guess he was if he was involved in Coraline, then that does.
I'm looking at his IMDb right now.
Mm.
Alright, so technically he's only directed Kubo and the Two Strings and Bumblebee. And he's directing Wildwood. Oh, he's directing. Huh. Hey, you remember a series called the $6 million Man?
Yes, sir.
He's the director of a film adaptation of it.
When is it coming out?
No, it's just in pre-production right now.
Okay.
And it stars Mark Wahlberg.
Okay, so Travis Knight and Mark Wahlberg in a version of the $6 Million Man. I don't see, knocking on wood, but I don't see how that could possibly go wrong. Because Mark Wahlberg definitely has the physicality to play $6 Million Man. And I guess Travis Knight is insisting on delivering me beefcake to enjoy. So thank you, Travis.
Anyway, anyway, folks, with that, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avidase, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom, and have faith in Travis Knight. And fuck